future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. I know I made my mistake. I need your love with me for life.
You tell me you love me, you kiss and you hug me, have some fun. I give you a smile, hang around for a while, getting it on. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby I'm all for it, and every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you. I love it when you. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you. I love it when you. You figure me out, all the things I'm about, nothing to hide. I'll take any chance to get close as we dance, let you decide. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby I'm all for it, and every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you. I love it when you. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name.
Is the plan. Hi, everyone. Happy Monday! Yay, Mondays. Don't we all love Mondays? Oh, it's all just such the best day of the week, undoubtedly, right? Sure, everyone loves Mondays, great day. Fantastic day, the beginning of the suffering for the rest of the week if you work a regular 9 to 5. Yeah, right, LaQual, great best day of the week. It's one of those days where there's nothing to look forward to, right? Which we all love having nothing to look forward to. You just know there's a week of suffering ahead. Now, if you enjoy your job, maybe you feel like a little bit like, yeah, I'm starting it off. I feel refreshed. I can go at it, but that's going to disappear by Wednesday. So don't get too much hope. Don't get too much hope. Not to mention with the news cycle the way it is, every day is going to be and like every day is going to be a bit of a cluster F anyway. So you got to whole bunch to look forward to on Mondays, don't y'all? Don't y'all? Anyway, so hello everyone. How is everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Welcome to the capitalist hellscape. How is everyone doing? Let me see who we have here. Let me see who we have here after I take a drink of my coffee. Mm, so good. I have started, folks. I highly recommend this. I highly recommend this. All right. I have started putting cinnamon in my coffee. I highly recommend it. If you like cinnamon, throw some cinnamon in with your coffee, especially if you have milk in there. Milk, cinnamon, bit of sugar, coffee. It's great. Okay, a little bit of cinnamon in your coffee just helps everything. All right. And by the way, ever since I lived in Boston, I pronounce coffee like a Bostonian. Coffee. I can't help it. I don't know how to do it like a regular way. Anyway, let's see who we got here. Who do we got here? In Your Groove, hello, In Your Groove. In Your Groove was the first one in here. In Your Groove, so glad you're here. In Your Groove, another established person in here. Ooh, that's a good choice. Nutmeg would be fantastic. Oz, I haven't tried that, but now I'm gonna try that. Hello, Cody. Cody, you survived! Yay! Everyone, celebrate Cody. How was it, Cody? Let us know. How was going under for the first time? Okay, how was being put under the anesthesia for the first time? It was great. I from what I could tell, it didn't go that badly for you. I'm very glad to hear that, though you did have to wait a while, but all right. Hello, Fetty. Fetty, so glad you're here. Hello, Fetty. Macon, hello, Macon. So glad you're here, of course. A Pizza That Giant, so glad you're here. A Pizza That Giant has been around forever. Um, I still don't know much about A Pizza That Giant, though. That's okay, though. I don't need to know all of your personal deals about everything. But anyway, so glad you're here, Pizza That Giant. Macon, I did not see the closet case Lindsey Graham go full ghoul mode this weekend. What did he say? Was he cheering on the war? I bet. I bet he was. He's never saw a war he didn't like. He's always frothing at the mouth for more bloodshed. So I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Maybe we can look it up at some point. That's interesting. Oz is here. Oz, I'm so glad you're here. I haven't seen you around as much, Oz. But I mean, I know you're busy and shit. I'm so glad to see you around. Are you still moving to South America, etc.? Whatever the case may be. So glad to have you here, Oz. Lee Lane is here. Oh my God, Lee Lane. I'm so glad you're here, Lee Lane. So glad, as always. Lee Lane, one of the founding two original members. One of the founding two original members. Okay, love it. Okay, all right. With Alyssa, of course. All right. Cody, why not 1 minute, Sam? Cody, are you still high? I think you're still high. You should go back to bed, okay? Cody is still blasted on medication. That's why Cody would dare defy me this early in the stream, okay? I still have energy, Cody. You shouldn't defy me now. I will come down on you like Thor's hammer, all right? Anyway, LaCroix, hello, LaCroix, hello, LaCroix. So glad you're here. No problem, Oz. Please give me some updates over on Discord. By the way, join our Discord. It's linked to the top of the chat, both on YouTube and Twitch. LaCroix, I'm so glad you're here, LaCroix. I'm ignoring your sassy statements, contradicting me, LaCroix. Who else we got here? Oh, I got you, Macon. Yes, hello, Future of Earth. Glad you're here as well, Future of Earth. Hello, Diego, also called Void Sonic Shuffle. So glad you're here. You like ice coffee is good too, Future of Earth. Fetty Spaghetti says, "Oh gosh, please don't give me another great recommendation. You should try some sugar vanilla sometime." Oh my god. Oh my god, that sounds amazing, Fetty. Okay, I'm gonna do that too. So nutmeg and sugar vanilla. Park Horse, I'm so glad you're here. You've been around for a bit too. Well, at least recently you've been around a few times. Okay. I'm glad to see you here, Park Horse. Gwen is here. Gwen, love having Gwen around. Another great member of the community here. Matt Saigai, of course. Very important to the stream. So glad you're here, Matt Saigai. You know it, Matt Saigai. You know, Matt Saigai, one of the originals. Anyway, okay, the evil resident. I'm here momentarily. I'll be back soon to have to my second screen while I have making Toxic Avenger on. I got you, evil resident. No problem. Glad you're here, evil resident. You're another classic in the streams. All right. You're right. I am not high. I have been discharged. I don't believe you, Cody. You're being rude. So I bet you're high. Okay. Anyway, hello everyone. Weirdomorphous Blob is here. I'm so glad. Weirdomorphous Blob, our lefty messiah. Okay. So glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob. All right. Okay, guys. So hello. We got a lot to talk about today. First of all, can I just say that first I got to scratch my back here a little bit. Oh god. Oh my god, that feels so good. Oh, everyone knows that feeling when you get to scratch your back. Okay, sorry, that was kind of disturbing. So let's continue. First of all, guys, yesterday was International Women's Day. Yay! Okay, gotta love International Women's Day. We're going to talk a little bit later about some cool stuff related to women. Some very cool stuff related to women, so we'll get to that. I actually, just to explain something to you, I don't know if you guys know, but the majority of people on YouTube are men, okay, and boys, men and boys. So, like, whenever like most content creators, when they put up a video, most of their videos are majority seen by men and boys, okay, because they're misrepresented in a lot of the videos, and it's been well known among some streamers that if you put the word women in your, or if you like talk too much about women in your stream titles or your video titles, you won't get as many views, which is kind of dark to think about. But anyway, fuck it, I put it in the title anyway. Regardless, isn't that kind of weird? All right, but men, we should be more interested in women, okay? Though I suppose I would hope. Anyway, never mind. Okay. Absolutely correct, Weirdomorphous Blob. International Women's Day is a very lefty, right, Lequabwa? International Women's Day is a very strong lefty holiday historically, okay? It's been kind of lived up, unfortunately, but it is a very lefty holiday that we should celebrate, all right? All right. So, guys, correct, Weirdomorphous Blob. All right, guys. So let's talk. We have exactly, Macon. If you knew it, yeah, okay. Interested in a healthy way. I phrased that badly. Okay. There you go. If there's a cat in the thumbnail, I have to check it out. There you go, Dead Inside. Maybe I should put more cats in my thumbnails rather than just my crazy face. Okay. Anyway, you guys, it takes forever to make all these thumbnails, so I rarely do it. But anyway, because I'm lazy. Okay, moving on. So, guys, let's go on. We have a lot to talk about. A lot of news. Correct, Matt Saiga. International Women's Day was started in the Soviet Union. Okay. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of cool different women and things about women. Okay, so let's get on. We have so much shit to talk about, so many horrors to tell you about, and then we'll talk a little bit about some women stuff. Okay, and then we have videos to watch. We got a video about how crazy Hitler was, or how weird he was as a person, which should be kind of funny when we get to it. Yeah, that's true, LaQual. Whatever. Okay, whatever, LaQual. Whatever. All right, moving on. Putting this up now. Okay, so first of all, here's a little piece of art I found online that I thought was lovely. Isn't this great? Now, this is patriotic art right here. The image of that Marine refusing to, well, not wanting to die for Israel, and it says, "No one wants to fight for Israel." Kind of cool, right? Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Can we lick the stream first? No, you cannot. Okay, you cannot lick my stream. All right. So isn't that kind of cool? All right. Anyway, yes, he was a vegetarian, Gwen. Okay, so some things here, some interesting things happening in the world. Don't know if you know that the American war of imperialist aggression continues, right? The American-Israeli war of imperial aggression continues. Oh, by the way, guys, if we get 1 super chat, I'll put on the jester hat. If we get 3, I'll put on the jester collar, all right? We'll do that today, okay? We'll do that today. And then maybe we'll play a game or something if we get to 5. We'll maybe play a game or something. Or we can do a Q&A. We'll do a Q&A if we get to 5. If we get to 7, we'll play a game, all right? We'll just do that for today. Mainly because my poor skin, I'm breaking out because of all the makeup. So I'm not going to put on makeup. But regardless, okay, we'll just do that today so I can try to steal your money as much as I can. All right. Love it. Love robbing you of your hard-earned money. Okay, so moving on. In Your Groove, thank you so much for letting me do theft from you. Okay, we'll put on the hat. Thank you, In Your Groove. All right. I know it's not actually theft. I'm just being an asshole about it here. Thank you so much, In Your Groove, really. Okay, you should really say the U.S. war. Not all of America is guilty. Well, yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. Thank LaCroix, thank you so much. Oh my god, you guys are the best. Okay, one more. If we get one more, we'll do the I'll put the collar on. Okay, so we'll start with the hat. So we got 400. We need well, how much do we need? So we need 600 for it to be the collar. So thank you, LaCroix. One more super chat of 200 of 200 of $2 or 200 bits and we'll put on okay, the other thing. Okay. Whatever. All right. So how dare you in your groove? I mean not in your groove, I'm sorry. Dead inside. I accidentally said in your groove. How dare you dead inside imply things like that? All right. So some news guys, some news about the the American War of Imperialist Aggression over in the over elsewhere, okay, over in Iran. So, apparently, and I know this is shocking for a lot of you. I'm sure you're all deeply shocked. The Intercept had an article, and this, guys, obviously, okay. So we have mentioned the amount of incompetence in this regime, right? Okay. Yeah, you know it, Oz. You know it. You know it. You know it. Okay. We've mentioned the amount of incompetence in this regime. And, I know military strategy and stuff kind of seems like, why are we even talking about this? The war is immoral. It's illegal anyway. It doesn't matter. Why should we need to talk about it being unclever militarily? Well, because it's fun, because it highlights the incompetence of the regime, right? That that not only did they do an illegal war that's deeply immoral and an act of imperial aggression, they can't even do it competently, right? It's like it's one thing if you're going to break international law and be evil and kill a bunch of innocent people. Makes it a little bit worse if you don't even have a good plan for it and you're just kind of you're doing a whole YOLO. You're like YOLO, you only live once, and then you just kind of launch a war without any plan in place. Well, that apparently is what is happening. Yep, weird amorphous blob. So, okay. So, sources briefed on the Iran war says the U.S. has no plans for what comes next. Good, good, great. So, don't worry, guys. All the death and destruction has no plan. Great. So, okay, here's a quote, by the way. The administration doesn't have a clue. They do not have an actual real rationale, end game, or plan for the aftermath of that. Yeah, no, LaQual, you're right? We all knew this, right? I know. I'm making this sound like it's something none of you knew before. We all knew this. We all knew it was kind of a bumbling, war for the sake of war, which is very fascist, by the way. Fascists love war for the sake of war, kind of thing. But like, okay, still to finally hear it outright. Um, and we have a very dark image here, by the way. This a very dark image here beneath that, just to show you what this evil and incompetence is resulting in. Here is an image of in Iran of a bunch of graves being dug for all the girls that were killed by an American missile, by the way. We now know for a fact it was an American missile. I saw the images. You can tell immediately it's a Tomahawk missile. We already knew it was an American missile, but we now know for certain it was an American missile. Regardless, here is an image of graves being dug in Iran for the little girls who were, you know, we're the bad guys. I don't know if you noticed, folks, but we're the bad guys. Okay, at least us Americans, the United States, are the bad guys. Can we be clear about that? Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, Lois. So don't even. I know, right? Is that happening over in Discord right now? Is there a debate going on? Dear God. Okay. So here we go. Let's read a little bit just to show you guys the incompetence. And as I said before, guys, when you have an authoritarian regime, I think I've accidentally said before fascist. A lot of times, though, it also could be just authoritarian regimes. An authoritarian fascist regime, okay? The people in charge are not there because they are competent, right? Okay, yeah, I know, right, Loiso? They're not there because they're competent. Someone tell me in chat, because I've taught you all about this before. Why are people in a fascist regime in the positions they're in? Okay, why? If you have a high up position in a fascist, there you go, weird amorphous blob, suck ups, loyalty. In an authoritarian slash fascist regime, we could, because almost all fascist regimes, if not all, are authoritarian. The people that are in the highest position of power are typically not there because of competence. They're there because of loyalty. Now, it is possible that you accidentally have someone who's deathly loyal, who also happens to be in a position of power, or who's competent, who's also loyal, but that's not why they're in their positions. Okay, so loyalty above all else. So this is not surprising. I mean, the people that are at the top of Trump's regime are not there because they're competent, right? I mean, let's think about it. Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, the Barbie Goebbels, whatever her name is. Like, we not exactly the brightest bunch in the country, right? So again, just be clear of that, right? Okay. So the Trump administration's war on Iran is reckless and ill-planned, four government officials briefed on the attacks told The Intercept. Even in classified briefings, Trump administration officials laid out no clear vision for the U.S. war on Iran or its aftermath, the sources said. Correct, Lacroix. I know, shocking that Kristi Noem wasn't competent. All right, and now she's been replaced with a Trump sycophant who's also just a thug and who is not competent. Okay. Had laid out no clear vision for the U.S. war in Iran or its aftermath, the sources said. The administration doesn't have a clue. This is a quote from one of these officials. They do not have an actual real rationale, end game, or a plan for the aftermath of this. One of the officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss classified matters told The Intercept. Okay. There is no thought process into what any of this means long term, said another. It's not coordinated regime change. It's just bomb them until they're less of a threat. Good. Good. There you go. An indigenous Trump sycophant, right? Weird amorphous blob. Okay. So that's a great strategy. Just bomb them until they're less of a threat. Wow. There you go. Weird. Okay. All right. I shouldn't be laughing, but dear God. Asked about the administration's plan for Iran after the war, that official responded, whatever. I mean, can we? I'm sorry. Come on, guys. I mean, it says it. It says it. That's what they said. I'm gonna go closer so you don't think I'm making it up. When asked about the administration, I'm highlighting it. When asked about the administration's plan for Iran after the war, the official responded, whatever. Okay, good. That's great news. Okay, whatever. It doesn't really, okay. Whatevs. You know, who cares? You know what? All this bombing, all this death and destruction, bombing everything all the time, killing tons of innocent people, massively causing damage all across the region, whatever. Who cares, right? It doesn't. Woo! I thought I was the clown. Well, technically, I'm a jester, not a clown, but okay. Yeah. Weird amorphous blob, right? Okay, so there you go, guys. Whatever. We need to make memes about that, right? There needs to be lots of memes out there about that response. Okay. Anyway, internal criticism of the attacks comes as President Donald Trump teased that the war could go on forever, despite promising his administration. Yeah, right. Dead inside, those people are not smoking weed, apparently. Okay. Okay. The internal criticism of the attack comes as President Donald Trump teased that the war could go on forever. Great. Whatever, guys. It can go on forever. Who cares? Despite promising his administration would avoid Middle East forever wars. Trump has floated the idea of a de facto American rule of Iran through a puppet regime, similar to the leaders who have run Venezuela since the U.S. attacked that country and kidnapped its president, Nicolas Maduro. Trump said that what we did in Venezuela, I think, is the perfect scenario. Bit of a different country, by the way, just to throw that out there. Okay. So, great. Great. No problems there. No problems there. Great strategy we have. Bomb them until they're less of a threat with having no clear end goal. When asked about the end goal, whatever. Okay. Good. Yeah. Yep, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. Yep. You're right. The material conditions are going to affect this, are they not, Weird Amorphous Blob? All right. So, okay. So just to be clear about that, I'm trying to find here that this is a very long article, but that was generally the idea I wanted to for you guys to understand is that, apparently there's no wonder they haven't really been able to articulate a clear plan because they don't have a clear plan. I just posted this article in the chat here for anyone who wants to read the whole thing. It's a great piece by The Intercept. Okay. Okay. Sir Bartholomew, so glad you're here. Okay. So isn't that great, guys? Whatever. Who cares what the end of the war is? Doesn't matter, right? Who cares? Who cares? Doesn't matter. All right. So, Nothing planned. Right? You might need some more dead inside with how things are going. Okay. Good, good. So anyway, that's good, right? So no clear plan when it comes to the war. Yay! Yay. No clear plan when it comes to the war. All right. So that's good. No problems there. Okay, let's go on here. And the next story, now that we know no clear plans, even though we kind of already knew that there's not really any plans in place. It's just kind of like a YOLO moment, YOLO, we'll just go to war, see what happens, who cares? I wanted to talk to you all about the big news about Israel, who we now know as Israel, bombing oil depots in Tehran. All right. Now, this is a war crime, by the way, attacking a civilian infrastructure. Yep. Attack. There we go. Invalid acts. Okay. Attacking civilian infrastructure, attacking oil depots, kind of a war crime. Also, very toxic to do that. So, for those who haven't seen the images, Tehran looks like it's the ninth circle of hell at this point with how it's being bombed. So I wanted to show you, right, Meowzord, insane. Well, hello, Meowzord. Yeah, they were using it as a military base, right? Okay. So residents report terror of smoke-filled city from potentially toxic rain, air, and water to food scarcity and difficulty escape. Let me show you. This is a video from Tehran. I want to show you what it's like to live in Tehran right now with this bombing going on. And something else I have to emphasize, okay? Something else I have to emphasize here is most of the people who are against the Iranian regime live in the cities of Iran, okay? Live in the cities. So if you were planning to get a popular uprising against the regime, probably not the best way to do it is to bomb the places where there are people that support an uprising against the regime, because they might end up liking the regime more and or liking you less. You see what I mean? So just to be aware of that, clearly regime change isn't the point if you're going to be bombing all the cities where the people who are don't like the regime are. Okay, regardless, let me show you a video here. This is what it looks like in Tehran.
I tried every fad
Oh,
diet
God
that
damn
was
it, we have
out
to
there.
watch an
Cabbage
ad.
soup diet.
Okay.
Cayenne pepper and
We'll just
maple
wait for a
syrup
second. Okay,
diet.
we'll wait for a second as the ad goes by.
Aerobics, half marathon.
Okay, we'll wait for a second here. So, okay, thick black smoke was rising across the sky. Soot covered the streets and cars, balconies filled with black gunk. You know what? We'll do this instead. I actually have a different copy of it because I was prepared today, folks. I was prepared. Here we have another video of it. This is what it looks like in Tehran right now. Everyone watch this shit. So, I don't know what I would say hell on earth looks like, but that kind of looks like hell on earth. I can give you another one. Let me show you another one. All right? Let me show you another one. Oops. I'll show you another one here. Okay, another idea of what hell on earth looks like. So burning oil has come out of these, yeah, it's so horrific. Yeah, okay, burning oil is spilling out of these warehouses. Paul Squaw, thank you so much for that 100 bits. Okay, looks like the freedom courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Exactly, Paul Squaw. Insane, right? Guys, we only need 100 more. We only need 100 more bits or $2 more on YouTube, and then I will put on the Jester collar. Okay, here we have burning oil pouring out of a warehouse, literally like streaming down the streets of a city in Iran. Okay. So good, right? Okay. You are a legend, Jonas. Thank you for everyone. Jonas gave us a big compliment. Yes, thank you, Jonas. Jonas says at work, so can't stay on stream. Just wanted to say you're all absolute legends. Thank you, Jonas. Okay. All right. So okay. By the way, after this oil was ignited in these warehouses, okay. After invalid axiom, how dare you? After this oil was ignited in these warehouses, that, by the way, oil produces a lot of smoke, and it's very, very toxic smoke. I want to point that out. It is not good for human. You shouldn't breathe that shit in, okay? You shouldn't breathe that shit in. A lot of really toxic shit in that shit, okay? So this as soon as there so now there's these billowing clouds of smoke from this oil depots making the day look like nighttime. On top of that, it started raining. It started raining. Now, for those that have a bit, is I don't know if Matt Saigai knows much about this. Maybe Matt Saigai does because Matt Saigai's a scientist. There might be other scientists in here. I know Loiso might be a scientist. There is a scientist. So when you have rain and this sort of toxic billowing smoke, what it does is it makes the rain toxic. Okay. So not only do you have this billowing plumes of extremely toxic oil smoke, you get toxic rain that is full of very bad things. Now, I am not a scientist, right? I am not a scientist, so I don't know what exactly. There you go, Pole Squall. I don't know what exactly these chemicals are. I don't know much about that. I'm stupid when it comes to science, but I know it's bad, okay? And I will say that so now that all this water is pouring down on Iran that is toxic, it will get into the water supply. It will toxify food that because this water gets everywhere. It'll thing everything will become toxic. So that's good. I'm sure that's not a war crime, I'm sure, right, guys? Let's make the whole goddamn city toxic. Doesn't matter if you're a civilian, doesn't matter if you're military, doesn't matter. Everything toxic. So that's good. If anyone has ever seen the movie Fern Gully, this is like the embodiment of the goo creature, right? Hexus. If anyone's okay, you know what? I know this is a weird thing for me to bring up Hexus. If anyone has seen Fern Gully, I recommend it. Fern Gully, there's this creature in it. It's an environmentalist children's cartoon movie, all right? And there's a creature inside of this. Yeah, it was good. Okay, there's a really just scary monster inside of this movie or of this show called Hexus that looks like that, and it's basically just like toxic muck. All right, and it's done by Tim Curry, and it's just like pure toxic muck, and it symbolizes pollution. And when I was a kid, this thing gave me nightmares because top 5 Disney villains. Anyway, so that we have become to the point where we have the embodiment of Hexus in Tehran. So that's good. Guys. We have Hexus just taken over Tehran, courtesy of the American Empire. All right. So, okay. Yeah, Pete Hexus. Right, there you go. Good. No problem there. We've made fictional characters come to life. Yay. La da 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 da. Yay. All right. So good. There you go. Yeah, technically it's a Disney movie now. Okay. Yay, right? So, all right. I mean, given some of the lyrics of like, for example, guys, if you've ever seen the the original Aladdin, where before they edited the lyrics, it kind of makes sense because Disney wasn't exactly not racist towards people from the Middle East. Anyway, I don't know if anyone's ever heard the original Aladdin song where it's like, where I come from a land where in a far away place. Okay, you know that song? There used to be lines in it that were like, where they cut off your ears if they don't like your face. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home. Literally, there were lines like that in a children's movie, and then they edited them out for later versions because I think so, Invalid Axiom, because they didn't want to. They realized, oh, that's kind of racially sensitive to imply that people from the Middle East are all cutting each other's body parts off and things like that. Okay, anyway, moving on. Moving on, folks. All great news. All right, let's go on here. Meanwhile, we have Pete Hexus, as was previously mentioned. Did I miss this one? Okay. Pete Hexus, who, for those who have been paying attention, and I know a lot of you have been, gotta love bringing it Ferngulling into this, given the shows and cartoon films we were fed. Any wonder we have this? Yeah, right. Totally, Evil Resident. Okay. So here we have Pete Hegseth, who have more and more in public appearances is openly celebrating the death and destruction he is causing. Like to the point where it's kind of weird. Like I know it was already weird, but like it's kind of like beforehand it was like, oh well, he's just a fascist piece of shit. At this point, it's getting to the point where it's like he might be getting off on it. and I'm only slightly exaggerating how much he enjoyed. Okay, for example, he said things like, "Death and destruction from the sky all day long." Okay, this was never meant to be a fair fight. It is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Okay, yeah, you're right. We're blah blah. Like, okay, all right, okay, a little weird. Like, I know it's like classic fascist language. I got to tell you, it's not that different from like regular fascist language, but okay, kind of weird. And okay, so I don't even know what else to say. Here we have Janessa Goldbeck, chief executive of the Vet Voice Foundation, a nonprofit advocacy organization. And she said Pete Hegseth is a very dangerous person. He's a white Christian nationalist, and he has the arsenal of the United States government at his disposal and a permission slip from President Trump to deploy carnage wherever he wishes and against whomever he wishes. Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, we were, Sir Bartholomew. I agree with you. Okay. Again, can I like just emphasize the fact here that he needs to be on trial in The Hague and needs to be sent to the well, I can't say that on stream. He needs to be found guilty of war crimes. And for the really for the safety of the world, because the man is a raging lunatic who loves the death and destruction he's doing, and he's celebrating it openly. Okay, and now, well, there's one thing I will say, guys. During the Iraq War, at least, most of the time, the Bush administration wouldn't be publicly celebrating the death and destruction they were doing, right? They would lie about it. They would lie about it, right? So at least they would lie about it and be like, "Oh, you know, that was an affectionate missile we dropped on that hospital. Oh, it was a mistake. Oops, didn't mean to do that." You know, whatever. They might kind of apologize or lie about it. But Trump is, I mean, Hegseth himself is just like, yeah, woo, death and destruction. Okay, so good, no problems there, right? We're no problems. Yep. Yeah, oopsie, we just did a little war crime. Yeah, okay, yeah, like that was kind of, at least they lied about it, right? These guys aren't even trying. Okay, caring about death is like peak woke, right? Yeah, there you go, John Curtis. That is a brilliant way of putting this. John Curtis, a good member of the community here, he treats war like it's a video game. Correct. No, in your groove says, how long until we start torturing people again? Oh, come on, in your groove. We probably already are, but yeah, but I see what you're saying in your groove. Yes, yes, yes. You know what, Dex Stewart? I think he probably would. I think Dick Cheney would be afraid of Hegseth. Not because Dick Cheney wouldn't agree with Hegseth, but because Dick Cheney would be embarrassed that he is so public about the crimes. Okay, probably. Yeah, they probably never did stop torturing guys. But so this is okay, and so he has a very powerful position. And also, we should remember, guys, that there is a lot of psychological studies on abusers of women. um, oh, so hello, ADSG. ADSG says the following. Welcome to the stream, ADSG. SG. As someone from the UK, what are you guys up to? What's the end goal here? Scary times. ASDG. If I knew, I would tell you. But unfortunately, our fascist regime doesn't have an end goal. We actually literally at the beginning of this stream just discussed how there were reports coming out of anonymous sources claiming that Trump and the administration don't really have an end goal. When asked about what the end goal is for this war, and this is not a joke, ADSG, this is not a joke. When asked about what the end goal is for the war, one of these officials said, whatever. So we don't know what our fascist regime is up to, okay? So, yeah, so there you go. Great, right? Isn't it great? I love this government. I love how we're murdering people everywhere. Okay. By the way, ADSG, you're not the only one from the UK in here. You should join along. Would love to have you in here. Okay, love having people from all over the world to witness the American Empire's crimes. Anyway, so by the way, there are lots of psychological studies that show that people that abuse women. I know this might be shocking. That people that abuse women are more prone to violence, are more prone to being like sociopaths and horrible people. I don't know. I know that might be shocking, but I think it's pretty obvious, right? And we also know very well that Pete Hegseth has been accused of, yeah, right. That's obvious, right, Ms. Lord? that Pete Hegseth has been what is known has been accused of abusing women. Like that's what he's known for. He was known for that. Okay, he's an abuser of women. Okay, so that we already knew that he cheated on his wife. He did a bunch of other things. Now, admittedly, this sounds bad. I don't put cheating in like the same level as abuse, but absolutely, he's not good towards women, and he is. It's thought that he was very abusive of women. Okay, now cheating can be abuse if it's yeah, you guys know what I mean here. Okay, there's a lot of shit here, but we could debate this at some point. All right. Okay. He once wrote that in the event of a Democratic election win, the military and the police will be forced to make a choice. And yes, there will be some form of civil war. So good, guys. Don't worry. We have a sociopath in charge. No problem. Yeah, his mom doesn't like him. Correct, LaQual. His mom doesn't even like him. So just to be clear, I just wanted to talk about that. Wanted to, but never cheated. Okay, there you go, Sasha Khan. Okay. So, no. So, okay, ADSG, I'm glad you asked this, okay? What's the sentiment generally in the US? From the outside, it seems people blindly love Trump. Has this changed anything? ADSG, it's actually not true. Okay. Most polls in the United States show that the majority of Americans do not like Trump. The problem, ADSG, of course, is that we don't have a real democracy here. We do not. So the opinions that the fact that the vast majority of people do not like Trump does not mean that anything will change, okay? And yeah, I suspect the Iran war is making people like Trump less, but he was already very low in the polls, okay? I mean, people don't like him that much overall. And I know a lot of people seem to make I know a lot of foreign media makes it appear as though everyone here loves him. We don't, okay? Um, okay. Save you. Okay, it's ads. Ad. Got you. Okay, you know what? I'll say ads. Thank you. Ads. I'll say ads. Okay. But no. Oh, so Paul Squall, I agree with you. I'm saying though that Trump. The question was about Trump. A lot of Americans. Would you guys agree with me that like a lot of Americans don't love Trump? Everything I've seen, all the polls and everything. But there is a committed minority of people who are deeply like obedient to him and will never give up, okay, their loyalty to him. And the Democratic Party has made it almost impossible for anyone to really support the other side. Okay, it's complicated. Um, so anyway, but so that's my thought ads, okay, but people can disagree with me. Like, all right. That being said, and yeah, that's true. Paul Squall, I will say only 25% of Americans support the war in Iran from every poll I've seen. And that would be that is a high estimate. Okay. The highest I've seen, I think, was 27% of Americans support the war against Iran. But again, guys, we don't have a democracy. There's no way to do feedback unless people go out and protest and fight back. But there's all these structural things that get in the way of that. People are consumed by consumerism. There's lots of other issues. Yeah, yeah. But Paul Squad again, though the polls do say differently. Um, yeah, exactly. AD ads like I wish people in the UK would vote for the Green Party, for example. But Labour has become so milk toast and unable to actually offer anyone anything that they're kind of like our Democrats. Okay, which is opening the door for reform. And what's that other lunatic group over there? There's reform, and then there's that other one, that like that real fascist one that has just popped out of nowhere. Hopefully, they've divided the vote amongst themselves to make themselves weaker. But yeah, the Labor is just messed up, just like our Democrats. Okay, so and that's how fascism rises. By the way, anyway, so okay, regardless. Yeah. So, but anyway, the question, of course, will be: will Americans even though most Americans don't like the war, will they do anything about it? Probably not. Okay, unless they feel directly affected by it. Regardless, let's continue. You know what, guys? I gotta before we continue here. I'm gonna put let me put my face up for a second. Yesterday, guys, I decided to be a human being, right? I decided to be a human being. You'd all be proud of me. Okay, you'd all be proud of me. I touched grass, all right? I left my house. I went to a coffee shop, this cute little coffee shop. It was lovely. All right. It was a lovely, cute, yeah, I certainly hope so, Invalid Accent. From what I've seen, the Green Party does have a shot. Okay. Um, right. So a little bit, Meowser. I did that. So I went to a coffee shop. It was lovely. All right. It was a cute little coffee shop. They had great little pastries, and they had great little drinks you could have. I promise this story is going somewhere, okay? I took a walk around a park. The weather was lovely, okay? But in doing that, um, in doing that, it also becomes more clear how, like, being in this I don't know if anyone's experienced this sort of disconnect. Restore, thank you. Um, okay, correct ADSG. You're right. You're absolutely right. Okay, ADSG. I studied that in grad school, so you're yeah, you're completely right. So anyway, um, uh, it's it was weird to be out and see people having a good time, right? Like people in the coffee shop were seemed to be having a lovely time. Things were beautiful. People were dressed well. There was a delicious little coffee shop. It was beautiful. Walking around outside was beautiful. People had their dogs out, and I don't know if it's because I'm clinically depressed or whatever, but it's also hard to cope with that when you start realizing, people just are going about their lives like nothing is happening. Um, and I know that's sort of dehumanizing for me to say that because people need an escape. But it made me remember that there is a lot of things repressing, people in the United States, as in preventing people from wanting to take action, including the fact that we live in a consumerist economy where people have access to all these things they can buy that simulate pleasure and simulate joy, okay? And, all right. Like, it made me a little bit concerned, if not already, and I don't maybe I'm overthinking it, but it was just a weird experience. I had a great time, and it was good for my mental health, but I had to keep reminding myself, like, remember what's happening in the world. Yeah, comfort over politics, right? And this is why I've always said, folks, I'm concerned that people will need nothing left to lose before they take action, because right now, they still feel that they have a lot left to lose, all right? A lot of places, especially in the suburbs in America, are beautiful. They have lovely little coffee shops they can go to. They're making a respectable income, and even if they're not paid as much as they should be, they're not feeling much right now. Okay, so anyway, it just was something that kind of concerned me a bit. Yeah, Lacroix. Yep, Lacroix. You're totally right. We've talked about the issues with therapy within a capitalist confines, but anyway, it's just something to think about. Okay, so all right, moving on here. Let me All right, so I'm gonna put my let's put this back up. So another story we gotta talk about, okay, guys? Does anyone else feel that, by the way, sometimes when you go outside? Yeah. Has anyone else um at least you can do is not waste your yeah, no, you're totally right, Meowzord. Okay. Like, does anyone else feel that when they've gone outside and stuff, or like gone somewhere to hang out or whatever it may be? Yeah, I get it, Meowzord. And like I don't know. Okay. So let's go back to this, okay, guys? Where's my face go again? All right. So, all right. Okay. So, and all right. So, moving on here, we now have, by the way, something else happening. Um, yeah, no, I know, Meowsword, right? It's like, how do you enjoy yourself when everything's fucked? And there's actually been studies, folks, that show that people who are educated about the world tend to have higher rates of depression and higher rates of not feeling happy. So it's almost like the more you know, the less happy you are in a lot of ways, in some ways. And it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, okay. So, children played and so children played and people loved each other in the besieged Leningrad. They do in Gaza, correct? There's a lot of distractions for strategic reasons out there, but there's a difference between a park and a shopping mall. No, you're correct, Loiso, and I'm not. I am not. I've always said before, people are human. They will try to make the best out of any situation they're in, even if it's in Leningrad during the starvation of the Nazis were causing there, whether it may be that or that, like whatever it may be. Okay, um, but in Leningrad they were still resisting while doing the other stuff. Americans just don't. A lot of them aren't resisting very much, and so it is important to live and be human. But my point, I'm talking about structurally here. It makes it harder for people to want to do things. If let's put it that way, okay? Yes, all right. And I'm not blaming those people. I'm just saying it kind of reminded me that there are structural issues still in place that make it harder, and economic things that are making it harder for people to feel like, yeah, okay. Oh, I love tonkatsu. Oh, wait, satu. Yeah, yeah. And guys, you have to. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have joy and like do things that bring you joy because you're humans. Okay, I do too. I play video games. I went out yesterday, but you all at least can are able to, do two things at the same time, right? Okay. Anyway, but a lot of Americans don't. They only live their lives and they don't care about the other stuff happening, regardless. So moving on here. This is a okay. No, you're right, Loiso. All right. Okay. So another thing here, guys. So apparently this is kind of unrelated. Well, it's you know what? We'll go back to this one because it is different. So, by the way, on top of all this shit happening in the news, on top of all that shit happening in the news, you want a warm nutrient vat? The economy ain't doing well in the United States, right, guys? Exactly, body swap. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? And that's the problem, body swap, is that also one of the things that annoys me, folks, is that liberals will oftentimes be like, you need to not buy, like, don't buy them things purchased made in sweatshops, or make sure you're not buying things that are bad for the environment. Okay, there's some truth to that. But you cannot escape it in this system. Trust me, unless you're rich, you're not gonna be able to afford all your clothes coming from places that don't make it in a sweatshop. It's gonna be almost impossible to, like, make sure you're not purchasing things that are bad for the environment because the system is the problem, right? And you live within that system. And the big problem here is that the people at the top, they're the ones that are the majority contributors to climate change by far, right? The output of big factories, the output of private jets, big farms that have massive numbers of cattle farting all the time, and so there is some that we can do on the ground, okay, and yeah, you can do those things, but the hyper focus on blaming individuals for these things misses the point that the system is disgusting and it forces people into these scenarios where they have to purchase things unethically. You see what I mean? Right? Okay. Anyway, moving on. All right. So here's fun. Here's a fun story. Yeah, no problem there. Okay. Okay. Uh yeah, turn on eco mode. It's making my data center exactly, guy. Yeah, so that's hilarious. Okay, so don't fully guilt yourselves, guys. If you still have a car that is run purely by gasoline, I'm sorry, I don't blame you, right? I do. Most people do because it's really expensive to get an electric car and you have to work to survive. And okay, and unfortunately, we've set up a system where people are relying on cars. Okay, I could go on, but we need to change the system. That's what you should be focusing on is changing the system. Correct, LaQual. The US military is the world #1 polluter. Anyway, moving on, guys. I'm also just sick of the elites passing the blame onto individuals. They always do. Yeah, I hate the role. Thank you, weird amorphous blob. Thank you. Right? Okay. So here we got this. Jobs evaporated unexpectedly, which is a troubling sign for the U.S. economy. First of all, guys, oil prices are shooting through the roof. Shockingly, right? Shockingly. Who would have thought? Who would have thought oil prices are now over $100 a barrel? Yeah, exactly, Megan. Like I don't know what else we expect to happen if you're going to be destroying all the oil. You're going to see an increase in the price of oil, okay, shooting up. On a side note, guys, on a side note, and this really annoyed me. This really exactly invalid axiom. Okay, carbon footprint was a term invented by BP. Correct. Okay, correct. So, okay, this okay, let me go back here. So a few days ago, the new next jobs report was released, and it turns out that we lost around 92,000 jobs in February. And this is before any edits are made, so we might even lost even more jobs. Okay, so look at this. This is the downward trends of jobs, as in available jobs going downward over time. And boy, have the last few months, no, there have been fewer and fewer jobs coming yeah, exactly, LaCroix, right? Has been going down, 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 down. Okay, down, 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 down. All right. And can I give people are still talking about this in the chat, so let me take a step back. I'm being ADHD here, right? Uh, my sister works for a union. She works for the AFL-CIO. I think I told all of this to you guys, which is a very powerful and large union. Unfortunately, I have some issues with it uh, because it's kind of corrupt and it doesn't do much, in my opinion. But yeah, I would never, anyway. There's some issues with the AFL-CIO. We need some unions with guts out there, in my opinion. Regardless, she is pressured all the time at her job to get a union made car. Okay. And a US produced union made car. And she's often given lots of pushback when she's driven to work in a non union made car that is an inexpensive car that is not made in America because she doesn't have much money. And it annoys me that this union is constantly like trying to guilt her into buying a very expensive union made car that's made in America when they, of all people, should understand that low income and shit like that has made it very hard for people to afford those things. And then to shame her for stuff like that. Okay. Like that's just one example, right? Okay. Moving on. Okay. So anyway, the jobs numbers aren't looking good, guys. Gas prices are going up. There are lots of worrying signs for the economy. Okay. So there we go. All right. That's no good, right? Hello, Dex Stewart, by the way. Okay, that's great. I mean, we could expect this, right? Obviously, things aren't going well. Things aren't going well. There's employment in February fell across the board, including in manufacturing, which lost 12,000 jobs. Leisure and hospitality shred 27,000 jobs. Construction cut 11,000 jobs. Yes, didn't you see the month of month decline in employment through 3 or 4 months, though? Yes, I think I did, but we already had yeah, but that doesn't actually tell you much. Looking at um, what's the term? Unemployment numbers doesn't tell you much because that does not include people who are working part time or who are underpaid or who are doing contract work. My point is that just because there's only 4% unemployment doesn't mean that the people that are employed are making enough money or are working full time or are employed in fields based off their amount of education they have. It is a very yeah, also that's true in Validity Axiom. There's a lot of issues there, okay? All right. All right. So that's no good. And of course, the New York Times frames this as weighed down by a nurses' strike in California and Hawaii. The healthcare sector, lost 19,000 jobs last month. So the New York Times is blaming unions for this, which I think is hilarious. Okay. So again, with the rising cost of oil, things aren't looking good for the American economy. And I will say this might actually be a good thing because it might put pressure on American consumers. I know, right? Where was Blob? Might put pressure on American consumers to stop the war, but we'll see. Okay, we'll see. Yay! La da 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 da. Okay, so just another note there: the economy not looking good. On top of all this, if you guys couldn't tell, for those that are in America out there, you all probably couldn't tell. Okay, any more Yeah, right. Okay, so that's good. That's good, right, guys? Lastly, here, well, actually, two more things here. Two more things here. This is gonna be fun. So remember how, of course, Weird Amorphous Blob. Remember how the Republicans Trump wants the Republicans to pass the SAVE Act, which will make it a lot harder to vote in the upcoming elections, right? Do we remember that? We remember that cute little thing called the SAVE Act. Right, LaQuad, hasn't been good since the last collapse, okay? We all remember that little cute thing that Trump's trying to pass that'll make it much harder for millions of Americans to vote and probably make it a lot easier for him to win the next election. Okay. Well, Trump is now saying the Republicans in the Senate have basically been saying, we're not. I don't think we're not gonna get rid of the filibuster to pass this thing. They have seemed to be unwilling to do what Trump is asking of them for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they've been seeming to be unwilling to do it. Maybe it's all an illusion. I don't know. Regardless, Trump is now saying to those Republicans, unless you pass the SAVE Act, which will basically be like vote rigging, will make it a lot harder, okay? Uh, that he won't pass any bill. He won't sign into legislation any bill passed by Congress until they've passed the SAVE Act. So he is using what is called the bully pulpit. And it shows you how obsessed he is with limiting elections and votes that he's using such political capital to saying he's not going to pass any bill unless the Republicans pass his vote bill. Okay. And I want to point out two things here. Didn't he condemn this before? I'm not. Yes, he did. I think he may have. Weird Abortus Blob. I want to point out two things here. One, this is evil and obviously a sign that he's a fascist POS, that he's even going to block his own party's legislation until he gets what he wants in terms of making it harder for people to vote in the next election. Vote rigging. Okay, he's rigging the vote. That's what he's doing. Second of all, wouldn't it be nice if there was a lefty out there that was president and who used the bully pulpit like this? They could. Imagine if Biden did this and was like, I'm not going to pass any damn thing until you put universal health care on my desk. Or, I'm just saying this is called the bully pulpit. And Trump is sometimes good at using it. Now, for horrible things, but imagine if we had a competent Democratic president who actually used the bully pulpit to achieve good things. Alas, that'll probably never happen. I just wanted to give you an example of what the bully pulpit looks like. Okay. So that's great, right? It looks like we will end up having elections that are deeply rigged, even though they already were, because of gerrymandering. There you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. Because of gerrymandering and the Electoral College and bribery, they're already rigged, but just to rig it a little bit more and also make it a lot harder, especially for people like women and people of color to vote, which is what the SAVE Act is going to do, folks. So that's good. All right, good, guys. Don't you love fascism? It's such a lovely thing we're living in. A lovely, lovely situation we're living in. By the way, guys, only 100 more bits or $1 on YouTube, and I'll put on the Jester collar. Okay. All right. Biden said if Medicare for all was yeah, right, Captain Homer? He did, because they're not on our side, right? But anyway, okay, moving on. All right, so there we go. That's another lovely story. And the last story I wanted to talk to you about, okay, I know, ain't nobody want to see that. Okay, I know, Ryan Valley Axiom. Okay, last story I wanted to talk to you all about, and this is somewhat unrelated, but kind of, I guess, more signs of bad things happen. Matt Saigai, thank you so much. Okay, Matt Saigai, so we're going to put on the Jester collar. Thank God. Where'd I put the Jester collar? Where'd I put my Jester collar? God damn it. 1 second. I found it. It was just kind of slightly out of reach. All right. Ah, there we go, guys. Yay. Okay. Woo! Much better all. Hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai. Really, okay? All right, you guys. By the way, if we get 400 more bits or $4 more over on YouTube, we will do a Q&A. And then if we get to 7, we'll play a game. Okay, moving on. So, all right. So here's a fun thing. Congress, this is great, guys. Congress is considering abolishing your right to be anonymous online. Yay! Great news for us. I'm sure that won't have totalitarian implications or like 1984 kind of implications, right? That's good. If you think I'm joking, I'm not, by the way. I'm not exaggerating either. But by the way, this is supported by both Democrats and Republicans, if you ever thought the Democrats cared about you. So this is what the bill, this plan is entailing. Okay. So the bipartisan push to remove anonymity from the internet is ushering in an era of unprecedented mass surveillance and censorship. Yay. So let's take a look, right? Okay. In 2024, the Biden administration hosted hundreds of influencers at the White House for the first ever Creator Economy Conference. Okay. Neera Tanden, a senior Biden advisor, took the stage and bemoaned anonymity online. The influencers alongside her agreed, pushing the idea that anonymous speech on the internet is harmful and regulation is needed to force the use of real names on social media. Yay! Okay. The audience whispered excitedly as those on stage spoke about how proposed laws like the Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA, could unmask every troll. The narrative, hello, okay, so glad you're here, Louise. The narrative of online safety, particularly in relation to children, has become central in the bipartisan effort to censor and anonymize the internet for everyone. Okay. So, the laws, framed as a way to crack down on harmful content and make the internet safer, would force social media companies to enact invasive identity verification measures in order to keep children from accessing online spaces. Yay. Okay. I know, shocking body swap. Shocking. That's not my real name. Casual Revolt's not my middle name. Great, right? Yay. Oh, right. I wonder, Weird Amorphous Blob, why might the government want every online statement to be attached to an individual? Great. There you go, Paul Squaw. If you use your real name, your employer could find you and fire you. Yeah, I think it's hilarious that they're framing this as protecting speech and shit online, when in reality, this will censor tons of people because the people will then stop saying what they think online, right? It's a way of silencing people. Because, and especially people in minority groups and stuff that are exposed to danger would definitely not be speaking up as much. I know I wouldn't be able to speak up as much. Yeah, it would have a chilling effect on speech. Okay. I don't blame you, Invalid Axiom. Okay. So that's good, right? Probably just to protect us from cyberbullying. That is what they say, Weird Amorphous Blood. They say it's to stop cyberbullying. Now, here's the thing, guys. I think there are, like, I don't know enough about this, but I'm sure there are things you could do to like stop cyberbullying that don't include naming people out loud and things like that, okay? I'm sure there are. Banning people who are doing cyberbullying or whatever. Regardless, I mean, none of those solutions are perfect, but naming people out loud and shit like that on the internet really has a big silencing effect, all right? Totally, SoCal. Okay. Um, and it's also to stop children from accessing some spaces online that they probably shouldn't have access to. Okay, I get that. I will also say though, maybe we need to just give children less access to the internet when they're younger. Like, I'm not saying that I necessarily believe that, but why name everyone? Okay, you see what I mean? There's just all right. Okay, so whatever, you get it. Um, speaking out. So again, they're trying to. By the way, some of the groups that are pushing for this legislation are some of our favorite people, such as the Heritage Foundation. Morality in Media, which is a far right wing Christian evangelical anti pornography group. Okay. National Center on Sexual Exploitation, which is also a Christian right wing anti pornography group. Right. So, okay, and Democrats have also become integral to advancing these proposals, falsely claiming that surveillance laws will crack down on big tech or curb social media addiction. So, okay, yeah, agreed, Lacroix. That would be the onus of the parents, I think. But I could tell you all sorts of horror story. This is very difficult. I'm not going to fully blame parents, but yeah. So, okay. Um, It would also, by the way, lead to more information being big tech is lobbying this. I believe it, Invalid Axiom. Sure, Palantir is. By the way, this would also allow these big companies to collect more data on all of you, as if they haven't already, especially your children, which I'm sure makes you feel comfortable. And again, this is a bipartisan effort, folks, which makes me think, guys, that the Democrats. So, one of the things that typically is bipartisan is anti terrorism legislation. Like, the Democrats deeply supported, like, the Patriot Act, for example, after 9/11, which allowed the government to spy on people a lot more without warrants in a lot of cases, like, without certain kinds of warrants and shit like that. And the Democrats are always getting behind anti-terrorism legislation, which is basically invasive shit, okay? So it makes me think that they're gonna, like, start claiming this is anti-terrorism and shit, okay? Which is just a way of saying spying more on American citizens. Okay. Um Okay, so there you go, guys. So that's good. Do you support the Patriot Act as well, Matt Saga? No, Matt Saga, not a fan of the Patriot Act, okay? I did a whole unit when I was a teacher on the Patriot Act and convincing my students that it was bad and that we should never let the government do shit like this, okay? I would never say that out loud, but most of them would be convinced by the end of the unit. Okay. All right. So I would do this thing, guys, where there was an English teacher. I'll put my face up while I talk about this. If you guys want to hear about how I would teach about surveillance as a teacher, okay? There was an English teacher I worked with who would have her students write in a journal every day, okay? Like, a journal, which is great, right? Is great. Write in a journal, and they could talk about anything they wanted, right? It was thought the teacher would always say, "Hey, the what you write in your journal is private between you and I," okay, etc. So we then had this idea that I would during my lesson on the Patriot Act, I would announce to the class that it had been decided that I would be allowed to read through all my students' journals, and my students' journals from that other class. And that day that we would do that, I would bring in their journals and I would have them stacked up in the front of the class to make it appear as though I was about to read them. Okay. And sometimes I would even take one of the journals and open it, and not. I would find a journal that hadn't been written in, but the other teacher had extra journals, and I would open it and read through it in front of them and claim it was one of their journals. And they would freak the fuck out, okay? Because undoubtedly, sometimes these students would complain about me in their journals. That's what kids do, okay? They sometimes would complain about other teachers to another teacher, right? That happens, okay? And obviously, exactly. And they would talk about things that they didn't like about my class sometimes, apparently. I never read them. But you can guess that they would be, or they'd be talking about things they didn't want me to hear. And they would freak out, and I'd be like, okay, so this is what it would be like, okay, if you this is what the Patriot Act was like, all right. um and and then I would even say, guys, but don't worry, unless you've done anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about, right? Even if you've as long as you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about, okay? Because I'll read it, but I won't do anything. Like, if you haven't done anything wrong. Okay. So you see what I mean? And boy, did it work. Okay. Boy, did it work. And they very quickly realized how bad the Patriot Act, that even if you haven't done anything illegal, you don't want an authority figure reading through your private thoughts. Okay. Anyway, so and then and then I would reveal to them that I didn't actually read them. And that other teacher would then have to take time to convince them that they could still write what they wanted to, that Mr. Sam never let them actually got to see them. Okay, so you can do things like that to make a point. Okay, anyway, so that's how I would teach about the Patriot Act. Okay, CR is reading through our private chat. Chatty's spying on us. Right? Okay. Anyway, okay, guys. So there you go. They're also trying to do that shit. Isn't that fun? We love that, don't we? We love that. How are people doing out there? How are people doing out there? Everyone doing well? So they're trying to pass legislation that would make it so you have to reveal who you are. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. Okay. All right. So, some other things here. He's too concerned to have nothing to hide. Okay, Sammy Lammy's here. Hello, Sammy Lammy. Glad you're here. So, guys, let's talk about. Did you also waterboard them after reading their journals? To really drive home the Patriot Act home invalid axiom. Hilarious. No, unfortunately not. Okay, unfortunately I did not. That'd be kind of fun though. I mean, not for me. That sounds like I like torturing children, but you know what I mean. It'd be kind of a fun thing to convince them of that. All right. Okay. So a few other things here. How dare you, invalid axiom? Okay. So a few things I want to talk about too. First of all, let me do a little bit of self promotion here, guys. When you Sasha Khan says, when you get a blue paper from the New York City federal court about stuff I did 3 years before, and there you go, Sasha. Did that happen? Dear God, I hope not. Okay, right, little Gitmo, exactly. Right, maximum. I know, right? Okay, hilarious, guys. So really, I'm so sorry, Sasha. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's horrific. I get a blue paper from the New York federal court about stuff I did 3 years beforehand. I'm sorry, Sasha, really. Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay. So guys, cryptocurrency. Oh God. All right. So a few things here, guys. A few things. Um, First of all, let me just quickly do a self-promotion here. I try to do it about once or twice during the stream. If you like my content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as a dollar, okay, for as little as a dollar, and then you'll get access to cute members only emojis and a jester hat next to your name in the chat. And you can do that, and that very much helps support me. You would also get early access to a lot of the streams. I don't often post the streams immediately to YouTube after I upload them on YouTube. I put them into members only first. And then a few days later, I will post them to the general for the public. Okay. So if you want to see my streams directly after I post them, you should become a member over on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, which will send me some of Jeff Bezos's money, and then you won't have to see ads over there anymore, which would be quite lovely for you, I'm sure. Or you can subscribe in a regular way. You also get access to members only, subscribers only emojis if you do that, amongst other things. Okay. You can also support me by donating to buy me a. Why is this screen going? You notice that my screen is like weird. Why is it so big? Why is it going over? I need to fix my face screen. What's happening here? This is weirdness. Okay, you know what? Gotta order this. Okay. If you there we go. Okay. If you what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Okay, in the lower right here, right below where I'm pointing with my stick, you can use that QR code to donate to me on Buy Me a Coffee. It's also linked at the top of the chat on YouTube and Twitch if you want to help support me. If you send me money on Buy Me a Coffee of $5 or more, I'll send you a personalized video response. Okay. All right, what am I doing? There you go, Valid Axiom. Thank you, thank you. Like, yes, and guys, please like the stream if you haven't already. That's something you can do for free that'll help get more people in here. All right, so please do that. We good? We good? Did I miss anything? You can also donate regularly using bits over on Twitch or on Amazon Prime. Okay. Can I hate the stream? No, Invalid Axiom, you can't, but I can hate you. All right, so moving on, guys. Love this for us. Let's talk a little bit about women, shall we? The first time in my life I've ever talked about women. Okay, that was kind of that joke kind of fell flat. I do talk a lot about women. It was a gay joke, but it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make sense in this sense. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Louise. Louise laughed. Okay, at least. Okay. All right, so let's talk about women for a second. Now, watch. Because of all you misogynists out there, I'll say let's talk about women, and then half the stream is going to leave. I bet. Okay. So I have several things to talk about over here. Okay. And yesterday, guys, was International Women's Day. All right, International Women's Day, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about women. Okay, because God knows we need them. Okay. The whole planet needs women. All right. Women are the best. Love women. Okay. Women are great. Okay. There you go, Louise. All right. So, all right. So let me just explain. And by the way, I mean that like in a lot of ways. Obviously, they're human beings. Okay. You guys, whatever. Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to put my face up. Okay. Not my face up, my on the screen. All right. You know it, Loiso. Okay, I'm sorry, not Loiso, SoCal. You know it. Instead of, I can't say that, I don't think. Instead of those two things, he only cares about bits and cash. Oh my God, definitely. Send me all the bits and cash you have, folks. I'm poor, all right? By the way, folks, I'm going to be posting how much money I made last month in the Discord probably tomorrow or later today, okay, after it gets finalized, okay? So if you want to, please join our Discord. That's also linked at the top of the chat on both YouTube and Twitch. And every month I post the amount of money I made the last month, okay? So you can, I'm very open about how much money I'm making on the streams, okay? Anyway, so let's talk a little bit about women. By the way, International Women's Day was a left-wing holiday. Okay, it was created by the Soviet Union, by the way, to celebrate women workers all around the world. And it has been sort of taken over by liberals to not be about female labor and things like that. All right. And it should be. Yay, Discord Q2 report. There you go. Okay. Anyway, so some facts here. I wanted to talk about women a bit because, 50% of the population and all. I think it's actually a little more than 50% or a little less. It doesn't matter. Okay. Here's some notes about women just to tell you some. First of all, do you know that women make up 40 to 48% of the global labor force? They do. And the fact that it's a bit under half is a sign of some other things. But, okay. How dare you, JDH? Okay, is a sign that there is still some biases going on and when it comes to labor. That being said, so women make up 40 to 48% of the global paid labor force. And it has stagnated. Okay, participation rates have stagnated around 47 to 48%. Okay, now, but that's interesting. But let me read another thing that people don't think about. Women represent nearly half of the paid workforce, and they handle over 50%, over 75% of the total unpaid labor force. Globally, guys, women do 75% of all the unpaid labor, labor that you don't get paid for. 75% of it. Okay? 75% of it. Now, what does that include? Unpaid labor. That is a lot of stuff, folks. That is so-called domestic work, keeping a household running, okay, which is sort of the stereotype for in a lot of places, okay, and all over the place. Childcare, all right, yard work, um, whatever else may be out there, okay, cooking, making meals, uh, doing handiwork around a house, okay, unpaid labor, any kind of labor that you don't get paid for that is important, all right? Okay, and to be clear here, my belief, guys, is that women should be paid for their unpaid labor. That is why I've been advocating for that since I started the stream. Women should be paid. If a woman is, and by the way, men too, if a man is doing unpaid labor, he also should be paid for it. So let's say a woman is at home caring for a child or doing all the work around the house, she should get paid for that. All right. That's my opinion. I think we need to stop not paying women for the labor they do. They do 75% of all the unpaid labor in the world. And we do know that the global societies would literally collapse if if they were not doing that labor. Okay. Uh, you see what I mean? Like without, okay, not good, right? Not good. So I believe that they need to be paid for this, okay? That would be the state, SoCal. The state can give women a stipend, for example, for doing that, okay? Because this labor, by the way, is not only good for those women and their children, it's good for all of society, right? I want us to live in a society where children, for example, are cared for and raised and able to be raised by either a man or a woman or both who are being paid for it and who can survive economically, who don't have to make sacrifices to raise a child. I want people to be able to live in houses where there aren't nuisances being created, like houses that aren't clean cause vermin to start going everywhere, which then can spread and shit like that and spread disease. There's all these things that are very important about unpaid labor, but the unpaid labor is not paid. All right, so I think they need to be paid. There are other ways we could do this. I'm not. If we want to look at a capitalist way of doing that, I guess. Like I don't know. People should be paid enough to include the people doing labor in their household, for example. Okay, there's many ways you could do this. I'm just saying. Okay, houses without mold spores, exactly. That was the patriarchy trying to silence me. Anyway, so if men, by the way, are doing unpaid labor, they should be paid for it too. Okay, like because there are households where, let's say you have a father and a mother, and the mother is going out and working, then the man who's doing it should be paid, right? We need them to be paid for their unpaid labor. Literally, this world would collapse if we did not have if women were not doing unpaid labor. Okay, anyway, all right, so there we go. By the way, women make up 65% plus of the healthcare industry. Kind of an important industry. It is not that much of an exaggeration to say that, like, all of our healths and lives are all about women. Okay, women sort of make the world run when it comes to healthcare. So maybe just something to think about. Okay, so women very important globally and should be paid for their unpaid labor. All right. If anyone, um, there is what's that theory? I forget what it's called. There's an idea that a lot of times, okay, there's an idea that there is, I forget, that women are often given the mental load of having to worry about things in a household. I forget what is that word? I'm having a mind blank here. There's a word for it, and I think it's called mental load, where like even if in some households, and by the way, I am generalizing here. This can happen. This doesn't happen everywhere. Okay, there's a lot of women who, even if their significant other or their cognitive load, thank you, do help around the house. It's often the female or the woman in the house that has to be the one that tells them when to do what to do. Otherwise, they won't do it themselves. So we also need to get rid of all that mental load on women. People need to start. There you go. Emotional labor, mental load capacity, stuff like that. Okay. There's a lot of pressure put on women. There just is. So something else. Okay. Okay. All right. So kind of Meowzord, kind of like a Meowzord says, "Babe, could you wipe your ass?" We all know we've probably known people who do kind of operate that way. Now, guys, this is not the case, and not every man does this, okay? But a lot of men are not raised in a way where they learn how to do things around the house. So they then perpetually for the rest of their lives rely on someone else to do it for them. You see what I mean? And so it's kind of a gendered thing. All right. Yeah. Can you not throw your clothes on the floor, for example? Can you take out the trash, hun? Yeah, like women shouldn't have to be giving those orders. Like you should just do it, okay? And again, a part of this is not men's fault directly, in that there has been a system set up where men are sort of taught to act that way. Men need to revolt against that, okay? And start pushing back against how they've been raised. A lot of men. Again, I don't want to generalize, okay? Um, anyway, so something else to think of. Exactly, patriarchy does it. All right, okay. Not exactly, Paul School. Like I said, not all men. I'm just saying I don't want to overgeneralize here, but there have been studies that show a lot of this mental load is put on women. Okay, so just a little note there. Yeah, there you go. Parkours. You don't know how to mop the floor. You've never been taught, guys. Like I had to learn. Like, and I'm admitting it. I had to learn when I started living on myself. I had to learn how to operate a like a laundry machine. I'll admit it. Okay, and I was bad at it because I'm like, oh my god, what is this thing? How does this work? Because my mother always did my laundry for me when I was living, in her home. And I admit it, okay? I never thought about it. I know how to do some handiwork around the house. I know how to change oil. You got a lot of the guys in here know what I'm talking about. You'd be taught how to do certain things that are viewed as masculine. I had to learn how to start cooking for myself. All right, like things like that. Okay. Again, all right, but by the way, these are good things to know to begin with. And all right. All right. My husband does laundry, dishes, and even brings me amazing, Gwen. That's amazing. And again, this isn't everyone. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I will point out, like, there are guys, there are a lot of men. Okay. There are a lot of men out there who are really great about this. I do not want you all to think I'm trying to demonize all men, because that can happen too. Like Gwen talks about, my husband does laundry, dishes, and even brings me coffee in bed every morning. Amazing, Gwen. Okay. So you should bring him coffee in bed once in a while, Gwen. Mix it up a bit. Okay, I'm just kidding. Anyway. All right. So just being aware of that. I don't do that. That's gay. Right. And there's sort of an idea for a lot of men that doing those things are effeminate. Okay. No, they're just functional. You just got to do them. It's not okay. Anyway. So just something to think about. All right. Let's also take a moment to respect this group of people, single moms. All right. Anyone out there have a single mom in their lives? Okay. Yeah. Right. Doing my own laundry and mopping my own floor is gay. Okay. Anyway. Um, And I actually later apologized to my mom because, obviously I was a kid when she was doing all that stuff for me. But when I got older, when I got into my 20s, I was like, Mom, I am so sorry that I didn't do any of this. And she was like, No, honey, I like doing it for you and stuff. But still, I'm like, okay, Mom, I'm sorry that I made you all that I wasn't thinking about it. Okay. Anyway. All right. And now, by the way, I love cooking. I love cooking. All right. I think it's really relaxing to clean dishes and shit. I do. Okay. So single moms. Anyone out here grow up with a single mother? As in no husband, no a partner in her life, had to raise you by herself while working and stuff. Okay. Yeah, okay. There you go. Cooking. How long have you been a woman, bro? Right, insane. Okay, guys, I gotta tell you, some of the most badass people. Okay. Yes, I do, Meowzord. Silicone gloves are amazing for dishwashing. Okay. Um, B Single moms are some of the most badass people I've ever met in my life. I don't think I have that strength, okay? The strength of a single mother to raise a child and work and provide and do everything needed to keep a child, up and around, like, alive, literally, feeding, cleaning, all that other stuff single moms do is unbelievable, okay? And they are some of the strongest people I've ever met. They often make enormous sacrifices for, their children, even sometimes sacrificing their own happiness, their own fun, their own time. Um, like, absolute most badass, strongest people I've met, and I've worked in communities, guys, where like in low income neighborhoods and stuff where there are a lot of single mothers, and these are some of the hardest working people I have ever met. Some of the most dedicated to getting an education, and they oftentimes I worked in a school where, that we actually had a daycare, so single moms could bring in their children to be in the daycare while they were getting an education. I mean, my god, I don't know how, other places do this. I don't know how there's other single moms who still manage without a daycare to take care of their kids and get an education while working. I It's insane to me. There you go, Gwen. Gwen says, "My mom worked full-time, put herself through college part-time, and had 2 kids." Absolutely. Um, like, amazing. Okay, I don't know what to say. Yeah, like, it's amazing women. And by the way, there are also single dads. I'm not, downplaying that, but the majority of single parents are women, and like, been the case historically. We need to give more love to single women out there, okay? And it's also gross that for a long time there were social sort of conventions that demonize single parents. We all know about these, right? The words that would be used to describe single moms, the demonization that would happen. All right. But honestly, some of the strongest people out there. Okay. Anyway, so there we go. Just wanted to mention a brief shout out here to single moms who don't get nearly enough support. Okay. All right. So let's talk about a few other things related to women, shall we? I mean, I know I'm weaving, as Trump says, guys. I'm weaving a story here. I'm weaving a story. Um, Oh, absolutely, JDH. Look at how red pillars talk about single moms. It's gross. Okay. I'm weaving a story, right? Weaving, weaving, weaving. So I'm jumping around a bit, but I hope you can get a big picture here about what I'm trying to say about women, etc. Okay. The evil resident. Again, my mother and father were together until I was 11, but my dad didn't contribute much at all. My mother worked 2 jobs. In many ways, she was a single mom. Her father was 20 years older than my grand. Wow. Okay. Amazing. I agree, Laqual. We need free childcare. You know what? I forgot to bring that up, Laqual. You're right. We need free childcare. Free childcare. Free childcare. Can I mention this enough? It is insane how expensive it is for families to get childcare for their children when you have to labor all the time, and it's expensive. It is very expensive, and it makes it very hard to survive. We need free child care in this country. Obviously, it's not only good for the families that have children, it's good for the whole country. We want children who are being raised, well raised, who have a loving environment, and we want parents to be able to work, right? In theory, I mean, I'd rather it be owned like a co-op type situation, but you see what I mean. Okay, so can we get free childcare? That would go a long way to helping parents who are struggling to get by. And then, by the way, the right wing is always screaming about we need more kids, we need more kids, but then they do nothing to help parents. Okay, yeah, that's insane, Gwen. You'd have to pay $500 a month for childcare. Insane. Okay, like, all right. So that's another thing. Let me show you a picture here. Again, I'm weaving a story here. This is a female sniper or a woman sniper from the Soviet Union during the time of the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union, there was an issue. The women and men fought against the Nazis. Okay. Now, women didn't fight as much on the front lines, but they were often much more than in Western armies. I'll tell you, than like non-Soviet armies. But they some of the best snipers in the Soviet military in killing Nazis were female snipers. They were well known, especially in Stalingrad, for being the witches of the night, as some Nazis would call them, for sniping at the Nazis. This one woman is thought to have been responsible for the death of between, I think, 80 and 200 Nazis. I can't quite remember the number. Yes, and she would say things like, "None, sir. I killed no men. I killed fascists." Some of the most badass women imaginable. Killing fascist invaders with sniper rifles. Okay, sniping, 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 sniping. I once watched an interview with a elderly Soviet sniper. Okay, right? An elderly Soviet sniper, and she was this little old babushka kind of woman, with all these medals. That's the one, Loy. So thank you. That's exactly who I'm talking about. Pavlichenko. She's like, I killed 300 Nazis and I would do it again, in like this little old lady voice. Really based badass thing here, okay? So we also ought to think exactly. We also ought to thank women for helping end the Nazi regime. Uh Undoubtedly, not women helped end the Nazis. And since we all know, everyone in this stream, I hope, aren't big fans of the Nazis and fascists in general, thank you to all the women snipers out there who helped end the life of many, many fascists in the world. Okay. Some of the most badass stories you can think of in regards to women snipers. Okay. So there we go. Very based, very badass situation here with female snipers. Okay. We got that. We like that. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. All right, some other stuff here to give you some other examples. All right. Let's talk about this group. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your true aim women snipers. Correct. Okay. All right. Let's talk about another group here. For those from the UK, you probably know about this group, the Women's Social and Political Union of 1903. Because oftentimes this holiday, the International Women's Day, gets sort of taken over by liberals. I also wanted to mention some of more militant aspects of women's history, which is why I mentioned the female snipers. Okay, the women snipers. I don't know why I keep saying female. God, they're not like chimpanzees or something. Anyway, okay. So in the UK, in Britain at the time, there was a movement for suffrage, for women to get the right to vote. And the women there, a lot of the women there did not stay peaceful. Okay. They became militant and they did terrorism. And I don't use that in a bad way. I'm saying that that was the tactic they chose on. So there was a group called the Women's Social and Political Union that did bombings. They would go down the streets, and I believe it was in London, and they would hide bricks underneath long coats, and then they would open up these coats and start breaking the windows of all the businesses down there and screaming votes for women. When they would be thrown into prison, they would then go on hunger strike and refuse to eat. Okay. They actually successfully blew up several houses of members of parliament uh, and nobles and things like that. They would go around with little bombs pictured here. Here are two images of two of these makeshift bombs that these suffragettes would use. They would put these bombs into like communication hubs. So there'd be like what are they called? Telegraph stations where there'd be lines for telegraphs, and they would put bombs in those telegraph boxes and blow them up to make it hard for city officials to communicate with each other and the police to communicate. And they would do these makeshift bombs where they would do that. Okay. These were militant women who and one of the Pankhurst, who was, I think that's pronouncing that right, who was sort of the head of this movement. She had her famous statement was deeds, not words, which is one of the most badass statements I can think of. All right. Deeds, not words. And they literally did revolutionary violence to get women the right to vote. Okay. One of these women even sacrificed their lives. There was a horse race going on, and I can find the video. I don't know if I want to show it. And one of these rights for women ladies went out in the middle of the the racetrack, and was hit and killed by a horse and it was captured on moving picture. And she was holding a sign saying "Votes for Women," and she sacrificed herself in an attempt to gain sympathy for the rights to vote. Okay, the sympathy for women right to vote, and it worked. Yep, she ran into the horses race. Okay, and she literally martyred herself on TV, or not on TV, but on camera, in an effort to get the right to vote. Okay. So we cannot forget that women literally did violence and literally martyred themselves and did very, very um, brave things in order to get the right to vote in the UK. And then even then, it was only after World War One that they got that right to vote. Okay, so I just wanted to remind people of the radical history of some of these things. Okay. I'm not, I didn't say it, LaQuan. I didn't say it. I didn't say that, but okay. So, it was not just, there's a trend in history, guys, that is patriarchal to present the struggle for women's rights as being a peaceful thing done by women behaving well. And there's this whole idea in the historical narrative that, the women that well-behaving women are the ones that do change, right? You have to behave well. You have to, go through regular political means, okay? That oftentimes are the women that we talk about in history, okay? Are the ones who behaved well. No, okay? A lot of women were deeply revolutionary and made tremendous sacrifices to get changed, and they don't often get talked about because it's deeds, not words. All right. Yep, they did the same thing, same narration with civil rights and slavery, 100% LaCroix. So just something to point out there. And if you want me to further emphasize how the push for women's rights can cause violence, I can give you other. I know right now I'm being very. There you go, Lois. So nothing is changed if it's done nicely. This is Malala. Okay, who anyone who knows Malala? I know I'm focusing on a Western narrative, but we can look at people from other countries and places around the world. Exactly, Gwen. You're right. And I will say you're right. Absolutely, Gwen. The suffragette movement in the U.S. was white women. Okay. I'm mainly talking about the UK for that reason. I didn't want to go into that, but yeah, there was a problem with the American suffragette movement in that they did not include black women in their movement, and they got the right to vote, but for white women essentially, and they excluded black women. Absolutely, okay? That's why I wanted to talk about the UK movement because I felt I liked it better. But anyway, no, Gwen, it's okay. I'm glad you mentioned it. I forgot to mention it. Later, it got better, but yeah, a lot of those early suffragettes were pretty racist. I got to tell you. Um, okay, moving on. All right, and guys, I will say, unfortunately, a lot of white feminists in the United States, and I don't even like using the word because people misinterpret it, oftentimes leave out black women. They still do. Okay, they do, or they ignore issues that are central to black women. And they have a sort of champagne feminism. I don't know how to phrase it, where they're not very radical and they talk only about like language and like, shit like that. But we need a more inclusive feminism in the United States that includes the struggle of all women. All right. Now, I could also, by the way, criticize, okay, criticize the UK's feminism in that it does not include trans women a lot of the time, right? And the UK needs to include trans women. A lot of the feminists in the UK are so-called feminists, in my opinion, are TERFs who think that trans women should be excluded. They should not. That is very cruel. Yeah, yeah. So I'm not saying that. The UK feminist movement also has room for improvement. I have even trouble calling it a feminist movement because it does exclude some women, just like the American one does. But anyway, just a note. Just a note there. Okay. So the feminist movement, I could critique it in some places, right? And how it doesn't include everyone. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I'll take a drink. So, guys, everyone know who Malala Yousaf is? Chad feminist versus virgin Hermioneist. You got it, Loiso. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay. So this is Malala, or I'm not sure what her last name is. I should look it up. Did everyone know the story of Malala? And so all over the world, women have oftentimes put their lives at risk for the sake of advancing the situation for women. She's Pakistani, and she was heavily pushed for the education of women, especially Yeah, okay, especially in areas of Pakistan and Afghanistan, etcetera, where women were being excluded from education on account of being women, and they were being kept uneducated, all right? And so she heavily advocated putting her life at risk, by the way, for educating women and, giving education to women and things like that and girls, and, the result of this was that a member of the Taliban shot her in the head. uh, she survived. She survived being shot in the head, but they tried to murder her. And after that, she continued her push for educating women all across the globe. She literally puts her life on the line every day. There have been multiple threats to her life, and she continues to push for the education of women in Pakistan and Afghanistan and places like that, even after being shot in the head. Okay. And okay, so pretty based. Malala is fighting against pretty extreme misogyny um, in those cases. So, and puts her life at risk every single day. All right. She's not just sitting drinking champagne, talking about, whatever. She's actually out there putting her life in danger. Okay. Someone else. Okay. Give another example here. This is the Lioness of Lisabi. I don't know if Outer Signal is here, but Outer Signal is from Nigeria. So women were integral to anti-colonialism and the pushing out and the creation of nations in the global South, pushing out colonial groups. Okay, so this is the lioness. Yeah, most people don't know about her. Lioness of Lisabi. Well, isn't that a great name? Wouldn't you like to die and have your name remembered as the Lioness of Lisabi? And forgive me, I have literally never had to say her name out loud. I've only ever read it, which is kind of symbolic. Hello, Alyssa. But Funmileo Ransome Kuti. She was a Nigerian, and she organized women to get them represented in local councils. And then she did a 10,000 women march in Nigeria against British colonialism. And she was an essential figure in pushing the British out of Nigeria and liberating women and giving them more rights throughout Nigeria. All right. And she was based as hell, okay? The Lioness of Lisabi. She did it all. She was anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, feminist, wanted to get more rights for women, wanted to get more rights for everyone in Nigeria, not just women, all right? Never gets talked about. Very few people, yeah, very few people know about her, the Lioness of Lisabi. So I know I'm talking about Western folks, but women have been struggling all over the world and doing all sorts of base things, all right? Okay. And right, look her up, guys, if you're interested. So, all right, that's just some of the stuff I wanted to cover. Do we all get it? We all get the idea here that I'm trying to show. International Women's Day. Um, we ought to remember the struggles of women who have fought for change, the struggles of single mothers, the fact that women do most of the unpaid labor and don't get paid for it. Okay. And in America, especially, a lot of this language around feminism and stuff gets really watered down and turned into like a battle over words and language and things that are not fundamentally that important to socioeconomic conditions and change, right? And of course, the right wing are a bunch of lunatics too. Like, okay, so I mean, the right wing is partially responsible for this, but like a lot of these ladies really put it on the line to make change. Okay, a lot of these women did. All right. Anyway, so okay, and of course, women's rights everywhere are being withdrawn because of the fascism happening everywhere. Okay. All right. And by the way, one last thing, the struggle for women's rights is often put on the back burner. Okay. A lot of times people will be like, well, we can wait to do that. We have to do other things first. Really, we should do it all at the same time. Okay. Anyway, that's it. That's it. I'm done. Happy International Women's Day. Ah, yum. Okay, good coffee there, all right? All right, y'all. Yay. I'm going to put my face back up. Yay for women. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say one last thing here, guys. All right. Yeah, I know Inverted Panda. I've heard she is very unliked in her own country. I've heard that. I Yeah, okay. I think I still think she's a cool lady. Like I think she's this cool woman and stuff like that. I know some people in her own country don't like her. you know, like a lot of feminists and stuff in the UK didn't or suffragettes didn't like that the suffragettes who were doing terrorism, or a lot of people in the UK didn't like them, but they were, okay. Um, I will gladly do that, Louise. Gladly do a presentation on that. Okay. There's at least 10,000 women and they shoot people. How dare you, Lois? Okay. But like we all know, so again, yeah. Oh no, I got you. No, that is true, inverted panda, and she does. And I'm not going to. I agree with you. She does stay quiet on certain other things. Um. Okay. Okay. All right. That is true. Of course, you can only fight so many battles, and okay. Yeah, lifting up women. You're right, guys. So there is one interesting thing, by the way. There is one way. This is true in the social. It's very rare in the social sciences to find out something that is almost universally true and proven to be true in almost every case. And one of those things that is known in the social scientists is that there is one way that is almost universally certain to to decrease poverty, and it is empowering women. All right. If you give women access to birth control, access to abortion, access to contraception, and you give them more say over the reproductive cycles in their lives, the poverty drops. It happens every single place it's been done. There is not an example that I know of where it hasn't happened that way. So, just saying, if you give women more rights and more access to birth control and things like that, it will literally increase the economic prospects of the entire society. That is not a joke. It has been proven time and time again, which is why, by the way, if you guys want me to hear my hot take on this, I cannot stand, okay, I know a lot of you will probably leave the stream. I don't care. I cannot stand Mother Teresa. She's a horrible bitch. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a bit rude. Mother Teresa was not a great person. All right. She was a horribly unpleasant person who was advocating for birth control and trying to stop abortions and things in India and some of the most impoverished communities there. Not only that, she had this sense of suffering as being a good thing because it brought you closer to Jesus. So in these clinics that her and her nuns would run, they would, yeah. Okay, and I know I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I really can't stand her. And okay. Um, okay, but like, let me see, like, for example, okay, she had all these, and she did some good things. I don't want to completely demonize her, okay, but I'm trying to reverse the narrative a bit. She did some things like they wouldn't use clean needles. Like her nuns were not trained healthcare providers. They wouldn't use clean needles. A lot of times when people were brought into her clinics, they were not really helped and they were made comfortable so that they would die, okay? They would die in a comfortable place. And to her, this was a good thing because she wanted people to she thought suffering brought you closer to Jesus. So, yeah, that poor untouchable is suffering and dying in this health clinic. But that brings them closer to Jesus. They'll be saved when they die. Like, okay. Admittedly, she did do some good stuff, but I know. Yeah, they didn't use clean needles a lot of the time, guys. They weren't health experts. They would oftentimes literally, there were reports where they would take the needle and they would just rinse it underwater. Rinse it underwater. Okay. And that's all they would do. And like, okay. Anyway, I could go on about her, and that doesn't mean that she was like evil in that she thought she was doing good, and then the Catholic Church thought she was doing good, and she did do some stuff to help people in poverty. But overall, the last thing you want to do in a very impoverished community is limit access to birth control and then be okay with people dying and suffering. Okay, all right. Anyway, just a side note. Yeah, there you go, Louise. So, not a big fan of Mother Teresa. Not a big fan at all. And if you want me, I'm an atheist, guys. I could also talk about how, like, one of the things I can't, guys, I was raised a Catholic. I can't stand about the Catholic Church is the fact that they would always, like, they care more about not people not getting condoms than they do about people dying from AIDS and living in poverty. Like, they would like, the Catholic Church is always refusing to give out condoms and stuff in Africa, like in their African missions and all around the world, like in trying to stop condoms and birth control places and like the places that you need that stuff. Very evil stuff. Very evil stuff. Okay. Anyway, And then be like, "We care about the poor." No, you don't. No, you don't. You want people to die of HIV, and you want people to live in poverty, and you'd rather. Okay. Anyway, guys, I know exactly, Retro Asher. Outer Signal, Outer Signal. I wanted to ask you this. Yes, I'm kind of calling you out. Outer Signal. Do you know who the Lioness of Wasabi is? The Lioness of Wasabi, and I don't really know how to pronounce her name. I've literally never had to pronounce it out loud before. Funmileo Ransome Kuti. Do you know who that is, Outer Signal? I'm just curious. I just talked about her a little bit. All right. So anyway, not a big fan of that crap. Right. And I could rant about this a bit longer. Uh we are what, Matt Guy? Are you serious? Insane. Okay, that's insane. Anyway, not a fan of Mother Teresa. Can I okay, I'm sorry. One last thing about Mother Teresa, guys. One last thing. You know I can't help myself. I get going on this and I can't stop. So the Catholic Church, when it decides whether someone should be a saint, you have to be able to prove theologians tend to disregard issues as using suffering. Exactly, Jonas. Um, okay, I do know. Really, okay, well, that's what I read about was that she was called the Lioness of Wasabi. Okay, anyway, that's what I've read before and I learned in school, but maybe that's not a common thing over in Nigeria. Who knows? Okay. Anyway, so we real fast here. Yeah, SoCal. So the Catholic Church demands that if you're to be made a saint, there have to be a proved instance of doing a yeah. Well, I just talked about her, Outer Signal. I was disappointed you weren't here because I wanted to show off to you. I wanted to be like, look, Outer Signal, I'm talking about someone who's Nigerian. But anyway, okay, I know I'm kind of an asshole. But anyway, okay. Regardless, you have to prove that they did like a miracle to prove that they're holy or whatever. Okay. Well, here's the miracle that they did, right? There was a man in India who was dying of cancer, okay? Dying of cancer, and this, Mother Teresa came in and laid hands on this man dying of cancer, and a few weeks later, the cancer disappeared, okay? The cancer disappeared, thus proving that Mother Teresa had clearly done how dare you, Drusilla, had done a miracle, okay? Now, the Catholic Church declared this a miracle. What's funny about this, though, guys? What's funny about this is that at the same time Mother Teresa had laid her hands on this man, the man had also started chemo. So, kind of ruins it, right? I really don't think that I don't think I don't think it was a miracle. Okay, sad fun note there, right? Jonas says Sam is definitely the type to say I can't be racist. What do you mean, Jonas? How dare you? Okay, I just wanted to brag to Outer Signal that I was taught because I often feel like I'm biased because I'm always talking about people from the West. So I wanted to be like, look, Outer Signal, I talked about someone from Nigeria. Okay, I know. Yes, I know. I know. It's kind of like what? It's kind of virtue signaling or whatever. But she's a really cool figure, and I was sad that the one Nigerian here wasn't here when I talked about the Nigerian feminist lady. Anyway, okay. Moving on. How dare you, Jonas? All right. So yeah, so Saint Chemo must have been that. Anyway, that's it. That's my story. Okay. I'll stop talking about all right. A body swap. Don't you dare do that, all right? Okay. She was not a token to me. Okay. How dare all of you? No. I was going to include her either way, but I was just sad Outer Signal wasn't here because she's awesome. All right. You know what? I hate all of you. Okay. I wanted to show off to Outer Signal. Okay. That I'm not. All right. Whatever. Thank you, Outer Signal. Okay. Just let me have my moment, folks. Because I was actually thinking yet a few days ago, I'm like, God, I'm always talking about the West, aren't I? And I realized I'm like, oh my God, I have an educational bias, don't I? So I need to kind of spread it out a bit, don't I? I need to talk about other people from around the world. Anyway, moving on, guys. Whatever. Who cares? This isn't about me, right? This isn't about me. Damn all of you. Okay. Damn all of you. All right. I hate all of you. All right. I'm too honest with you all. Okay. I'm too honest with you. Okay. Yeah. Right, Jonas. Okay. All right. Moving on. So, okay. So, yeah, I know, Retro Asher. The West is starting wars. So, okay. All right, you guys. So, moving on. So thank you for that, guys. That was our little presentation here on women. Love it very much. I don't know why's I'm going to put my face back up here for a second. Yeah. I know, Gwen. Uh-oh, doing diversity, equity, and inclusion, I guess, right? Okay. So, guys, how's everyone doing out there? I have got to go do something. And you know what I have to go do? I have to go urinate because I'm a human being and I'm full of coffee. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go urinate for a second, okay? I'm going to go urinate. So forgive me for that. I'm going to go urinate. I'll be right back. Please stay around. We got a lot more content for you, okay? I don't know why I use that word. We got a lot more gesturing, a lot more content, a lot more me begging for the acceptance of people in the chat, okay? Jonas, I knew it. I knew you were going to be like, is he going to go left or right? Is he going to go left or right? I always go to the left, Jonas. Get it? Regardless. Okay. I'm going to empty the king's chalice. There you go. How dare you, Retro Asher? Okay. I'm going to I'm going to put on the break and I'll be right back. Love you all. Okay.
Yes, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Turns to ice. Close your eyes, forget my black clouds cry as atoms collide. Death eats life, creep inside. I know you've done all you can to change me for yourself. Ooh. Blistering skin that shines, I climb out to find myself by myself. Please just hold on, soon we'll all be singing.
I'm back. Hi, everyone. Okay, good. All right, let's get. Oh my God. Oh, I ran up and down. Okay, hello guys. How's everyone doing? What kind of nonsense is happening in here? What kind of nonsense is happening in chat right now? I got some crackers. Got some some Belvita sandwich crackers. Okay. Whew. Oh, that was nice. All right. What was I saying? Okay. So much to talk about still. We got some other stuff to do. Cannibalism. What the hell is happening in this chat? I heard cannibalism, cheeseburger, your front actually. What? Okay. Okay, okay. Well, whatever is happening in the chat. We got some shit to talk about, as always. So, first of all, how's everyone doing out there? We all doing well? Any problems out there? Did I miss any donations or anything like that? Okay. So, just a few things I wanted to chat about a bit here. Okay. All right. So, where'd my face go? There it is. All right. So, moving on. Okay. Burger. How dare you, Dolly Boy? You know what? Let's do some boops before we continue, shall we? I have a few videos. You know what? No, we won't do boops. We'll do a few of these, and then I'll do some boops. Okay. We'll do some boops. Bromp Burger. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. Thank you, Retro Asher. I do need to hydrate, so I don't shrivel up like a raisin. Okay. So, guys, a few things here. Got some things to show you here over on the, you missed my, what are you talking about, Drusilla? Dear God, shame on you, Drusilla. Okay. So, guys, here we go. Here we have a little video here. Someone sent this to me actually on Discord. By the way, join our Discord community. You're right, Retro Asher. I need to figure out a way to allow you guys to get rid of channel points. I'm watching you and a channel with a live trial where I'm a moderator. I'm talented. Don't bonk me. You know what, Gwen? You get a boop. Boop. Gwen doing the unpaid labor, all right, that we were talking about. You should be paid for that, Gwen. Okay. Okay. So, thank you. Okay, Gwen, that's amazing. Okay, I will never bonk you again, Gwen. Okay, so Drusilla, you get a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. You know what? I'm going to give boops. Screw it. Retro Asher, you get 2 boops. Boop, boop. Because you're the best, Retro Asher. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Meowsword gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Cody, you get a boop. Cody gets 2 boops for surviving the surgery yesterday. Boop, boop. Macon gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Drusilla gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? I don't know. Who knows? Jonas gets a boop. Well, from a distance. Boop. Okay, was that good? Anyone else want a boop? SoCal gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Okay, everyone good? Everyone good? Oz gets a boop. Boop. Yeah, Oz, you don't know about boops? Okay, you don't know about boops, Oz? We do boops now. Okay, boops is the new thing, the new big thing here. Making gets a boop. Boop. All right, I think that's everyone. Screw it. We're continuing. All right, am I missing anything? Many on Twitch has... By the way, guys, remind me. I'm trying to get better about sending people on Twitch over to a different stream at the end of the stream. So please remind me at the end of the stream today, if I forget, to raid another streamer. Okay, I need to get better about doing that. They're like compliments. They're like little compliments, Oz. If you get a boop, it's like you're good, like it's good job. Boop. Okay, but then there's bromps. Now, bromps are where I remove a boop because you've done something bad in chat. And then bonks are just me outright punishing you. Okay, if you're really bad, I'll give you a bonk, which is me hitting you on the head with okay. Yeah, it's a gesture thing. It's a gesture thing, Oz. Okay. Okay. Hell, Evil Resident, you get a boop. Boop. You can't hide from the boops, Evil Resident. Okay. Everyone done? Everyone good? Everyone happy? All right, moving on. Okay, so let's watch this. This is a clip. Now, I would normally not... okay, there you go. I got it. I would not normally listen to the Gray Zone. The Gray Zone is not a good... Paul Squall, you get a boop. Boop. There you go, Paul Squawk. You got your assault and battery. All right, so we got the Gray Zone is not a trustworthy site. It often does Russian pop propaganda. It literally does. But occasionally it will post something that is true, that is good. So let's watch this. This is a guy going to a pro Crown Prince rally in LA. So these are pro Shah Iranians in LA saying that they want Shah Pahlavi to return to power in Iran. Okay. You got it. You get it. All right. Dolly boy, you get a boop. Boop. I already gave you one. Never mind. Bromp. I take it away. You already got two. So let's see what they have to say when asked about the girls' school getting blown to pieces in Iran. Okay.
There was also the 150 school girls that were killed. I mean, ultimately, you see this as worth it. Like, yeah,
100%. 100% is worth it, yes.
there was that school in Iran that was bombed, 150 dead. But you see this all as worth it. I mean, you think we should go to the end.
Yes, it's worth it, and that's why we are here. We are gonna protest.
Even if it was not an Islamic regime missile, it was worth it. Very, very worth it.
Sorry, you are accusing the IRGC of genocide.
Yeah, they killed around 32,500 people.
It has been like 2 months
So-
that we lost like over 50,000 people got killed.
In January, in 2 days, they massacred people, 90,000 people.
90,000.
90,000 people, and some people are still in the prison, and some people.
Okay. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Yeah, like, and here's the thing. Like, I kind of get it, right? Like, maybe some of them, they really hate the Iranian regime, but it's just kind of weird to me that they're like, oh, it's worth it. All those schoolgirls dead. Totally worth it. Like, all right. Which really is kind of a red flag for a lot of these monarchists, these people who want the Shah to return. Yeah, propaganda is powerful. It just kind of bothered me a bit there. To hear that some of these folks don't really care about their own countrymen, the people that they want. Okay, the girls being killed. Yeah, rare Gray Zone win. And guys, do not trust Gray Zone. But given that these are actual statements, I'm just going with it because we can actually see what these people are saying. But like, okay, so that's good, right? So just another example of why maybe it might not be the best to push for the Shah returning to power or the Shah's grandson. All right, when you got a lot of the supporters are like, yeah, sure, yeah, 150 girls, totally worth it, for the sake, okay, of that sake. Now, here we have, speaking of International Women's Day, I wonder how many people they got interviewed to get. Yeah, no, you're right, Invalid Axiom, and it's very almost, and that's a good point, Invalid Axiom. It's almost certainly cherry picked, right? It's very possible that a lot of the people they interviewed didn't answer that way, and they could have just chosen the interviews that sounded like that. But the fact that there are even some of the people there, that it makes you. My point here is just be cautious with the people that are pro. That not all of them seem to have the best interests in mind of the Iranian people. Okay, all right, but that is a fair point there, guys. Your message isn't appearing in chat. That's weird, Retro. Why not? Why is it not appearing in the chat? Okay. So, yeah, it's like how the Shah's grandson tweeted out something about the U.S. soldiers that died, but nothing about the school. Yes. Yeah, no, it's great. Invalid Axiom. That is wise. You should be critical of the media, especially the media I show you guys. Okay. So here we have a video. Speaking of International Women's Day, this is in Palestine. This is a doctor. Okay. This is, yeah, of course. Exactly, Retro. This is a doctor, all right? Okay, this is the doctor here. She's a doctor. I don't know how else to say it. And across the street from her is a hut, or a hut where there was a man trying to come to the hospital in Gaza, and he was sniped by an Israeli sniper, and he fled inside this little, I don't know what to call it, a hut, a lean-to, sort of a built house or whatever it is, okay? And she decides to brave going across the street to rescue him when there's an Israeli sniper present. This doctor decides to run across the street, across the line of fire of this Israeli sniper to save this guy who's been shot. So let's watch. Okay, just wanted to show you that. All right. I don't know about you, but I don't know if I could be that brave. I would hope I could. But by the way, not only her, those other men too. Absolute hero. Absolute hero. All right. Oftentimes, guys, we're also presented an image of women who wear a head, the covering and wear lawn skirts and stuff as being like ignorant and like religiously fundamentalist and shit like that. Okay. No, they're people, right? You know what I mean? And very brave, extremely brave, deeply human. I just wanted to put that out there, guys. Yeah, the fact that she has to be a hero is insane. Regardless, amazing. Because Retro Asher, because it's Israel. You know that Retro Asher. What Retro Asher says, why the F is there a sniper at the hospital? Because Retro Asher, Israel doesn't give a shit, right? Well, let me rephrase here. The hospital is being used as the people in the hospital are a human shield for Hamas. That's what Israel would say, right? Clearly, this hospital is a threat, and Hamas is hiding there probably, according to Israel. So, all right, yeah. So you got, of course, Israel doesn't care. They'd snipe anyone, children, women. As a matter of fact, guys, we remember the report that a lot of the children coming into the to hospitals and bodies of children had bullet shots to the head. I know I'm not trying to disturb you all, but there were multiple reports about a large number of the children, Gazan children killed by Israel had shots to the head. That I'm just saying, monsters, right? Nazi level monsters. Okay. In the IDF. All right. Anyway, so of course they'd be shooting outside of a hospital. Why not? Right? Why not? Who cares? International law doesn't apply to them. And they're a very special ally. So okay. All right. So there we go. Very brave. Very brave. All right. Speaking of International Women's Day. Speaking of all the things I just mentioned, if we thought, I just wanted to briefly shout out Jewish folks who do not agree with the state of Israel, of which there are many, okay? And just as a demonstration of that, I want to also point out that Jewish folks that stand up to the Zionist propaganda coming out of the state of Israel are like, there you go, Dolly boy, they're like the only democracy in the Middle East and our greatest ally, right? Yeah, disgusting. A lot of times that is dangerous for them, okay? It is dangerous to be a Jewish person who doesn't support Zionism, and it can lead to them breaking off relationships with family members. It can lead to a loss of community, okay? And they make sacrifices to do this, okay? So I just wanted to watch this. This is Jewish Voice for Peace, which is a good organization that well, as far as I know, I haven't looked much into it, okay? Yeah. It says, stop calling Israel the Jewish state. Call it the Zionist state. Let's call it Herzl's project. Call it whatever you like, but don't give the name of a religion to an entire political entity. Israel is not a Jewish state. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionists are not Jewish. Okay. So let's just listen to what he has to say here.
As an American Jew, devout to Judaism, I beg you all, please, don't call Israel a Jewish state. Call Israel a Zionist state. Call it Herzlstan. Call it however you like. But for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the Jewish people, just stop calling it in the name of an entire religion. As an American Jew.
Okay. So just a little message he had there. And I kind of like that idea. I kind of like that. I agree with him, right? It is the Zionist state. All right. So there you go. That's all I wanted to share with all you guys, right? Just I get his point. He, by the library video, though, I get it, right? I know, right, Meowzord? Like, by the way, that is a fair point. I don't mean to. I actually noticed that too, Meowzord. Not to nitpick here, but as a teacher, can I just say you really shouldn't film a video inside of a library, okay? I'm just saying maybe don't do okay, now it could be that all the guys in here are okay with that, but anyway, just a note there, just a little, thing to mention. Okay, Retro Asher. Unfortunately, I have a friend who does support them. Yep, one of my Jewish friends told me that Israel is their culture because it's the culture of the Jewish people. Yeah, that propaganda works. Okay. We've agreed not to talk about the subject anymore since she started yelling. Yeah. Yeah. Retro Asher. Unfortunately, that's why I say Israel is one of the most anti-Semitic states in the world. It is constantly putting out propaganda that conflates the two. And a lot of Jewish folks are propagandized too constantly about that. So a lot of Jewish folks do fall for that. A lie, but alas, it's not true, of course. So anyway, all right. So that's another thing here I wanted to mention. Now, another story, guys, we did not really talk about was what happened in New York City a couple days ago. So I cannot stand this guy. I didn't know much about him, Jake Lane. What do we know about Jake Lane? I don't know much about him. I just know I hate him. That's all I know about him is he's a horrible human being who's one of the most Islamophobic monsters I've ever heard of in my life. Absolute scum of the earth. I didn't know much about him until I read a little bit this morning and the day before. Okay. Yeah, JDH, disgusting. I don't even want to say some of the stuff he did in regards to this anti-Islamic propaganda. I found out this morning that Jake Lane had been one of the January 6 people who was pardoned for his crimes and is now an absolute rambling anti-Semitic or I'm sorry, probably anti-Semitic too, Islamophobic monster who does some of the most disgusting Islamophobic protest I've ever seen. I don't even want to say them on stream, okay? You can look up some of the things he's done. They're so disgusting. I don't even want to deal with them, okay? But he had yeah, thank you. He's the Nazi, right? Okay. Yeah, right. Meowsword, bro, wore Unite the Right Nazi shirt to a bar and was filmed he awful person. Anyway, you know what he reminds me of? I'm not joking here. He reminds me of like an Israeli settler in the West Bank. If you ever watch videos of how he behaves on camera and how those extreme Zionist settlers act in the West Bank, there's like a similar attitude there of not real gross. Anyway, so yeah, he did Macon. Real gross guy. Okay, right, JDH? Like he has that energy of being just a monstrous person. Anyway, so he was again doing one of these extremely Islamophobic protests in New York City outside of Mayor Mamdani's new headquarters or whatever, okay? And so hosting this big Muslim rally, and there were a lot of counter protesters there. There were a lot more counter protesters than there were anti-Muslim protesters, to be clear. Well, two protesters apparently threw two devices. This is what's being reported into the crowd, and it appears as though these two devices were bombs. They did not go off, but they were kind of these improvised explosive devices. Okay. And they did not go off. Now, the media is claiming that this is an ISIS inspired attempted a terrorist attack. Now, that is very interesting framing. Very interesting framing. All right. This guy, Jake Lane, has been holding these protests, and I don't, like I said, I don't even want to say it on screen, and has been screaming some of the most Islamophobic nonsense imaginable and doing some forms of protest that are downright make me want to vomit in terms of what he's doing. Things with a goat, I'm not going to mention, okay? And the media frames it as ISIS inspired. You know what I think inspired some of these folks to be radicalized and do this at this protest? Jake Lane. I think this is right-wing inspired, as in his demonization of Muslims and the monstrous things he's doing is what inspired it. Okay? Is what inspired it. It's not ISIS inspired. Okay? No. This wouldn't have happened if Jake Lane wasn't constantly demonizing Muslim folks. Okay? What do they expect to happen? Right? You constantly humiliate people, demonize them. Okay? And I'm just wanted to throw that out there. Okay? The framing as ISIS inspired kind of annoys me because it was Jake Lane inspired. Okay. What his actions are what inspired it. Anyway, But yeah, Meowzord, this is exactly what I said would happen. Domestic terrorism will be rebranded as radical Islamist terrorism. Yeah, okay. And can I just let's watch this. Well, this is what happened. Okay, no one ended up getting hurt. All right, so let's watch. Here's one of the people who has this. They have these explosive devices. He's trying to light the explosive device. Right, and you guys can imagine they were real ones, Dolly Boy. Both of the bombs had nails and other like pieces of glass in them, and had sort of an explosive center with a fuse. An attempt to, yeah, they were really bad bombs. They weren't made very well, and so this was attempted terrorism. I'm not going to lie to you, but you know, Jake Lane kind of brought this upon himself, right? Like, I'm not excusing it. You shouldn't do that, obviously. Mayor Mondani came out, by the way, and, you know, said, first of all, Jake Lane, he basically said, you know, Jake Lane is a monster. He's been doing this forever. And then today there was attempted violence, which I completely disavow. But I'm deeply concerned that this is going to be presented as like, look at these Muslim radical terrorists. And they're already saying ISIS inspired. You know, maybe it was. I don't know. But like, what do you expect to happen? Like, okay, this was brought on by Jake Lane doing some really gross stuff. Okay. Anyway, so just a note there. If anyone heard about this, don't buy if like they start screaming about Muslim terrorists or whatever, just be aware of what brought this to happen. Okay, what caused this to happen. And yeah, Drusilla, by the way, in Norway, there was a bomb attack on a exactly. It's very decentralized outer signal. ISIS is. Yeah, exactly, Arbiter Klasse. Now, I want to be clear too, guys. There was an attack on an American embassy in Norway, too. That is being investigated. But what do we expect to happen, guys? You start waging war all across the Middle East, bombing people, killing Muslims. It's going to radicalize more Muslims. It's going to radicalize people. You're going to see this happen. This is like utterly expected and obvious. And it just drives me crazy that we always act like the victim, or that a lot of Americans and right-wingers act like we're the victims after we do horrible things to people all over the world, right? You know, and then they blame it and say this is like inherent to Muslims. Okay. Anyway, just be aware. I know I seem like I'm kind of blowing it off like not really ISIS inspired. You know, maybe it is, but again, it doesn't matter. Yeah, outer signal. Outer signal was, you were talking about this recently in one of your videos, weren't you, Outer Signal? The idea that there are extremists in Nigeria being radicalized by what's happening in Gaza and what's happening in Iran. Outer Signal posted a video on Discord showing some groups in Nigeria, you know, mourning the death of the supreme leader. Like, it's radicalizing people everywhere. Obviously, what do you expect to happen? So, okay. And so just to be clear, people will then start saying Muslims are dangerous, even though, okay, obviously, if you're a Muslim and you're seeing images on the TV of Muslim girls being murdered, of Muslims being murdered in Gaza, of the supreme leader of one of the most, one of the Muslim states that has the capacity to resist American and Israeli imperialism being killed, you're going to be radicalized, okay? That's what happens. All right. Anyway, just a note there. All right. Meanwhile here, guys. This is a Zionist, okay? And I know I'm kind of going down this path today, but why the hell not? This is a Zionist. This is in, where is this? I forget where this is. This is in France. So this guy right here is a Zionist who comes up to a group of pro-Palestinian protesters. And they are peaceful pro-Palestinian protesters. And he's berating them, he's yelling at them. But then as soon as the police arrive, he pretends like these protesters attacked him violently. Just watch. It makes me want to vomit. Did y'all see that? I know. I know I have like a issue with Zionists, and I know I'm constantly pointing this shit out, but like, I just this kind of behavior is so repulsive. Yeah, no, Dolly Boy, exactly. A perfect representation of how Israel acts with its neighbors. Yes. 100%. Okay. It's just anyway. Uh by the way, French police not the best. What I mean by that is a lot of these pro-Palestinian protesters, they're not really white. Doesn't look like they're white. The reason I'm mentioning that is this guy doesn't care if the police brutalize these people because he's lying. He doesn't care if the police unjustly arrest them or kill them or whatever. The French police do that sometimes. It'd be kind of like in the U.S. if a white person like faked being attacked by black people, and then the police ended up killing those. You see what I mean? It's just all right. I know, right, Drizilla? I know. You're right, Drizilla. So, all right, just gross. I don't know, Meowzord. I don't know, but possibly. So that's just another thing I saw. A little note there. Okay, very reflective of certain things. What the hell is that? Name and shame the racist? I don't know what that is. We're not gonna engage with that at the moment. All right. Something else here. Oh. This is, and speaking of Israel, this is Lebanon. Okay, this is in Beirut. This is a apartment complex, I suppose. And you're going to see here an Israeli missile hitting a whole an apartment complex and destroying the entire thing. Because, why not? Why not destroy an entire apartment complex? God bless the United States and its puppet, Israel. Good. Good. No problem there. So, all right. Good. More fun to deal with. Our greatest ally, who our tax dollars go to. Yep, it did on 9/11. Things got even worse. 100%. Okay. So just, just a note. Kind of a fun note there. Don't we love it? Another piece of news. I know that a lot of this stuff is dark. Forgive me, guys. All right. Correct, Paul Squall. There is now we have video evidence of the missile that struck the girls' school in Iran. And just to emphasize this, okay, without even reading about it, I could immediately see that future of Earth, they don't have nuclear weapons. They weren't even close to getting nuclear weapons, okay? By the way, future of Earth, Israel and the United States, mainly Israel, have been claiming since the 80s that Iran was on the verge of getting nuclear weapons. Isn't it weird? So why have they been screaming since the 80s that Iran has been on the verge of getting nuclear weapons? Where are these so-called nuclear weapons that they've been on the verge of getting for over 40 years? Like every year or so, suddenly Israel starts screaming that Iran is about to get nuclear weapons. Wonder why. Okay, anyway. Yeah, Iran is always 2 weeks away from getting nuclear weapons, which is very interesting to me. So, meanwhile, by the way, Israel has killed most of Iran's nuclear scientists and things like that. So, to say Iran can't get nuclear weapons is besides the point. And future of Earth, would you agree that Israel shouldn't have nuclear weapons either? Because they shouldn't have nuclear weapons. Okay? They shouldn't have nuclear weapons. They are one of the most dangerous states on the planet. Same with the United States, by the way. All right? Anyway, here we have an image of the missile that struck. Okay, a future of Earth fair. I'm glad you do agree that Israel shouldn't have nuclear weapons. But be aware that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. I mean, wasn't trying to get nuclear weapons. All right, I don't believe it. Future of Earth says USA different. We're a superpower that ended world wars. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, Future of Earth. I'm not going to address that now. Let's watch this video. Okay, this is a missile, and I could tell immediately, folks watching this, that this is a Tomahawk missile, which is an American cruise missile. Watch. Boom. You see that? You see that? Let me go back. Right there. Right there. That is a very obvious cruise Tomahawk cruise missile, which is an American missile. All right. Yeah, I know, guys. We're not. It's okay. I like having you in here, Future of Earth, but I don't want to get into a debate for this. Okay. Jonas, I don't disagree with you, right? I don't blame Iran for wanting nukes, and I think they should have them because that would prevent them from being attacked. Alas, people who say that they shouldn't have nukes, I certainly think if you do think that, you should be fair about it and say then that Israel and the United States shouldn't have nukes too, because no one should. If okay, anyway, so there is a Tomahawk missile hitting a girls' school. More and more evidence, of course, coming out. More and more evidence coming back. Void Sonic Shuffle. Yes, we have a little bit of Epstein news we're going to talk about. Okay. Yes. So great. Exactly. I agree, Jonas. I agree. It works. There's a reason why we're not going after Russia's nukes or North Korea's nukes, because it prevents war, right? You don't. We're not going to attack a country that's nuclearly armed, so you can understand why Iran wants those nukes. Okay. All right. I don't think anyone should have nukes, though. If I had a preference, if I had a preference, it would be that nobody should have nukes. Alas, I know that's not going to happen. All right. Anyway, so all right, yeah, let's uninvent the nuke. That'd be nice. All right. So anyway, definitely an American missile hitting that girls' school. All right, definitely an American missile hitting that girls' school. Good. Okay. All right. I think that was it for this. Let me see. There was anything else I wanted to show you? Oh, yes. Last bit here. Last little video, and then we'll get on to some more interesting stuff. They have, Druzilla, they dropped some more files that they were previously hiding. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, kind of, right? Like, this is why I am very torn on nukes, guys, because I don't want anyone to have nukes. At the same time, when you have a mad regime like the United States and Israel who own nukes, and if nukes are the only deterrent from presenting those, stopping those regimes from attacking you, who am I to be like, no, we don't want other regimes to have nukes? You see what I mean? This is a really, it's a mess. Yeah, I think Iran should have nukes. I also think because that would prevent them from feeling endangered. Okay, so, yeah. Exactly. Okay, moving on. So this is just a display of American media. All right. This is Jake Tapper. And just to show you what manufacturing consent looks like, this is Jake Tapper, who, corpo guy, basically saying that, getting after a Democratic, I think it's a Democratic senator for voting no to fund the war in Iran. All right. Just to show you how our media manufactures consent. Listen.
The administration is reportedly weighing Congress to approve an additional $50 billion in funding for these operations. You have said you're a hell no, not just a no on funding the war. We have seen this movie before. We know that vote will be cast as, especially if you run for higher office, you voting against the troops.
Oh, come on. I mean, the American people don't want this war. They don't want this war. They have seen what happens when American.
So to even ask that question and do the framing of the other side for them by saying, you're going to be cast as being against the troops. Well, you just did that, did you not? You just cast him as being against the troops. Anyway, that's like
troops go into places like Iraq, places like Afghanistan. Ultimately, we get a lot of people killed. We waste a lot of dollars. The one thing the American people are clear about is that they do not want the United States dragged into another long-term war in the Middle East. If you support the troops, then you should be voting against funding this war so that we get our troops out of harm's way. Virtually nothing good happened from sending thousands of.
Okay, you guys get the idea. That's just a small framing thing. Yeah, I know, Jonas. Okay, and I know that's like a small thing. He's not like outright saying, well, it's a good war. But like framing a question that way, like giving the other side's argument, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. So there you go, guys. A little note there. All right, I'm putting my face back up. All right. So hello, guys. Hello. Love it. Ooh. Interesting, Drizzle. You said they found top secret documents from the Oslo talks with Israel. Oh, yes. Oh, that's interesting. I'm so in the apartment of 2 Norwegian diplomats. I'm so done with them. They seem like awful people. And what kind of system makes that that is true, Drusilla. Ugh, awful. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm eating. Sorry, I'm eating in front of all of you. Okay. Oh, Alyssa, really? I'm sorry. I'll take a look at the TikToks you sent me. Forgive me. How are you doing, Alyssa? Okay. So, how dare you, Invalid Axiom? Okay. How dare you? All right, forgive me. I'm like I'm a fatty. I'm just eating. Okay, guys. So, yeah, but we do it with every issue in a society, and I'm sick of it. If you want social, yeah, I know, right, Jonas? It's so okay. I'm just sick of the mainstream media. Okay. That is Belvita, but I'm not advertising for them, okay? I don't have any sponsors. You guys are my sponsors. They're not graham crackers. They're chocolate Belvita crackers, okay? How dare you? All right? All right. I don't know why I got offended by that. So, guys, I have some other things for us to look at. All right? Here we have, where is this shit? Oh.
Let's bring in.
Here we have a historian. Belvita clogs you out. Oh, I wish, Invalid Axiom. This is a historian who I am very, who I like a lot, okay? And he literally, now, wouldn't it be lovely to be a historian of this, okay? He is a historian of air war campaigns, all right? A historian of air war campaigns, which is kind of specific, right? He's an expert on, like, air war and, like, bombing campaigns, which I guess you need one, but still. Okay, and just to show you what he's saying here, it is true historically that there have been, okay, let's guess. If you guys were to guess the number of times in history an air campaign has been successful in doing regime change, what would your answer be? Oh, thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. And Alyssa says, my apologies to Belvita, I guess. Damn right, you should apologize to Belvita, okay? Shame on you, Alyssa. Thank you, Alyssa, for that donation, really. Exactly, Invalid Axiom, 0. There has not been a single successful case of using an air campaign to change a regime in history. None. None. And there have been multiple attempts. He actually looked at around 50 to 60 historical cases of using air campaigns to do regime change, and not a single one was successful without putting troops on the ground. Not one. Not one. So let's quickly watch him say this so you know I'm not just saying it. He's been making his rounds on a lot of news sites and shit like that, okay? All right.
And Robert Pate, political science professor at the University of Chicago. Always a pleasure to speak with you, sir. Let's get right into this. Today's press conference with Secretary Hegseth and President Trump, it left a lot of unanswered questions. They're expecting a regime change in a war that the president says will last 4 to 5 weeks. He also has a very friendly face. Can I just say, this guy has such a friendly face, and I love it. Is that even feasible?
President Trump is up against not just Iran, but the weight of history. I have studied every air campaign since World War I. I wrote a big fat book called Bombing to Win. I have published on every air campaign in the precision age, including last summer's air campaign against Iran.
Oh, don't worry, Louise. I talk about my constipation problems all the time. Don't worry. We can talk about it. Like, I can tell you all the things that make me all blocked up. Sorry. I'm just trying to help out Jonas. I'm just trying to talk about gross things to help out Jonas. Okay, anyway.
Taught for the U.S. Air Force conventional targeting strategy. It is just simply the case that for over 100 years, states have been trying to topple governments with air power alone. Dozens and dozens of cases. America's tried numerous times. So has European governments. So has Israel. So has Russia. It has never, and I'm choosing my words carefully, worked. What happens? Well,
Guys, I love him. He has a jester face. Like, he looks like he's on the brink of having a mental breakdown. Okay, it looks like he's on the brink of having a mental breakdown. Like, he wants to start laughing hysterically because he's losing his mind, seeing how stupid the government is. All right, but look at that. Like, he has that, right? Am I wrong? How dare you, SoCal? Am I wrong here that he's like on the brink of like a hysterical laughter? Because anyway, I'm just saying, okay.
Killed the leader, and you saw that on display. But when you kill the leader, you either get a slight reshuffling of the current regime.
How dare you, Paul Squaw? No.
Or you get a much more radical regime where the change comes, but the change that comes is inserting nationalism into the regime in a more furious way, and nationalism into the society. Because now suddenly it is a foreign military attacker that's dictating who's going to govern.
Wow, guys, it's like we were all saying that this whole time, right? That if you bomb a country, you might radicalize people against you, and you might see more nationalism, especially if you're bombing cities where people that were there who were against the regime previously might suddenly change their mind about the regime, and it's never been successful.
The country, that simply doesn't bode for positive regime change to create a government that will be more friendly to the United States.
Well, that's really interesting. That perspective really is. So let's talk about the war, though, itself. Secretary Rubio did not rule out the possibility of ground troops. And given the polling that shows a majority of Americans...
By the way, Trump didn't rule out a draft either.
...oppose America's strikes against Iran. Are boots on the ground a risk...
Is there anyone here of draft age?
...politically for the president?
They are, but not immediately. So I have written an extended Substack called The Escalation Trap. Your listeners may want to go so they can actually see these escalation dynamics. We are in the middle of what I call the smart bomb trap. Stage one is where we have near perfect tactical success, but it doesn't lead to strategic success. And what happens when you don't get strategic success? When that regime doesn't do your bidding, you can't find that uranium, you start to think about more aggressive options. And that's exactly what happened today. That's what happened with President Trump when he was talking today. That's what happened with Secretary Rubio. Now, we haven't gone to the point of ground troops, but what we also need to understand is it's not just fully now up to us. You see, Iran is slowly inserting control in the situation. They are widening the wars.
Yes, Paris, we are definitely the baddies, okay? Welcome, Paris 666. Yes, we are very much the baddies, all right?
Slowly, and this is creating its own ripple effects.
Yeah, that's my next question. If I may,
okay,
because
there's
you
guys get the point. I just wanted you to hear that from the mouth of the historian, you know, talking about how there's literally never been a successful air campaign that has dislodged a government, and almost always it goes the opposite direction. Good, great. Yep, you're right, guys, and I talked about that. Actually, you're right, Louise. Louise says, and the new Khomeini lost his mother, son, wife, and other family members to the attack that took out his father. Yeah, they have now appointed the son of the last supreme leader, one of the sons of the last supreme leader, to be the new supreme leader of Iran. He probably ain't gonna like the U.S. too much. Okay, he's probably gonna be a bit of a hardliner. You know, after his wife, his son, and his mother were killed by American airstrikes, and his father, probably not gonna be that happy with the United States. By the way, Israel has also come out and said that they would kill him. So. Anyway, the United States also said that he was an unacceptable choice. So this choice is Iran being defiant, which is a sign that they're not going to surrender anytime soon. They're being openly defiant to the United States and Israel. So, okay, great. This is working out lovely. Wow, guys, didn't we think that the regime would just collapse magically? No, right? We all knew it wouldn't. It's just stupid to think that. Of being illegal and shit. Okay. Dolly boy, they always do the same, to be honest. They always try and lay the groundwork for the next generation of terrorists. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Dolly boy. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, they won't pizza that China. I do not think China will get directly involved. I think that is extremely unlikely, like less than 1% chance. That would be very much against China's MO, but Yeah, but that would be big problem if it did. All Iran has to do is apply slightly more pressure on Gulf oil, and Trump will beg for a ceasefire. Yeah, agreed. Okay. And well, in fairness, they also have several leaders that have also suffered as a result. Oh, 100%, Jonas, right? It's like they're also, I mean, they're used to having their leaders overthrown. Okay, I know that's a dark thing to say, but we've overthrown several of their leaders. You know, the British and America overthrew Mossadegh and shit like that. Okay. So, I mean, like, this was all predictable, by the way, guys. Iran has experienced American and British imperialism for like years. They're used to this sort of thing. To think that they wouldn't be prepared for something like this is hilarious to me. All right. Okay. No, SoCal, I don't think we even need to worry about Russia getting directly involved. They don't want a nuclear confrontation. Now, they are supplying intelligence to Iran to help strike stuff, but I don't think Putin is already involved in one war. I think that's very unlikely. I think it's more likely than China getting involved, but it's still very unlikely. I really don't think that's, now I know I could be wrong, guys, but yeah, all right. I mean, more pressure on the Gulf states. Right. Oh, the audacity, Jonas, right? Mossadegh dared to want the Iranians to control Iranian oil. Oh, no, we can't have that. Got to let the British government control those through, British Oil Company and, whatever. So great. How dare they? How dare they want to control their own resources? Same with Venezuela. How dare they want to control their own oil? We can't let that happen, right? That we are being oppressed. I feel so oppressed as an American that they're trying to take control of their own oil. All right. Pizza That Giant. A congressman tweeted that Muslims have no place in American society today. Jesus Christ, we are going backwards. Unfortunately, I don't even think that's going backwards. I'm Pizza That Giant. That's been the case for a while, but I see what your point. Okay, I see what your point is. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, though, with India or whoever now selling oil to Putin, that will up his attack. Yeah, correct, Louise. When do you think the U.S. will go back to trying to take the Panama Canal? 1 week? No, because invalid axiom. We're going to be going after Cuba in 1 week. Maybe after we overthrow the Cuban regime, we'll go after Panama. But the next in line is Cuba. So go. The Panama has to wait its turn for American imperialism, right? Cuba's the next target. Okay, get that right. Invalid axiom. Okay. That's fair, Jonas. I guess in the UK that must be the case. Okay, I'm saying in America, politicians have openly said that have been openly Islamophobic for a very long time. Okay, invalid axiom. I mean, why only one thing at a time though? Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we'll go into Cuba. While the war is still happening, but we're waiting. Which is why it might happen next week. I don't think the Panama Canal is on the radar at the moment because we largely got what we want out of Panama already. They stopped Chinese companies from helping there and stuff. So from helping do the Panama Canal shit and build stuff there. So we've gotten a lot from Panama already. It's probably unlikely we'll go there anytime soon. That's just my opinion. Okay. Anyway, guys, we can rant about. I'm sure he does invalid axiom, no doubt. But I could be wrong on valid axiom. I just don't personally think that's on the main list of places he wants to attack at the moment. Okay. It's barely talked about right now. Okay. So moving on, guys, let's talk about. All right. So, great. This was completely predictable. Yeah, very possible, Stan Durko, very possible. So let's just quickly show something here. Okay, they generally think us voting for politicians that don't hate us is a problem. Yeah. So we're so extreme we want to vote for a gay Jew. Yeah, right, Jonas. It's so stupid. Oh my God, it's so stupid. Anyway. Oh my God, it's so stupid. All right. What was I going to show you all here? Okay.
We tend to.
Let's do, I guess, what could be called a little bit of a palate cleanser. Not really, but it is kind of a palate cleanser. This is unrelated to the war, guys. We can talk more about the war, guys, if you'd like after this, but let's do a little bit of history. Shall we? Shall we do a little bit of history here? All right. So, Ginger? Okay. The song Revolution by the Beatles feels weirdly I know, right? Invalid. The Pizza That Giant. So, guys, oh, I know, Pizza That Giant. There is a lot of... Guys, something else I wanted to mention. Do we know that Putin... Speaking of Putin... Putin's now providing intelligence, by the way, to Iran to help them strike American targets. Okay. Well, do we also hear that Trump has now eased restrictions on Russian oil. Did you hear about this? The Trump administration is either considering or has eased restrictions on purchasing Russian oil because of what Iran is doing with the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is letting people buy more Russian oil to make up for those losses. So he is willing to throw Ukraine under the bus for the sake of his stupid war in Iran. Anyway, it's just funny. It's just funny to me that is happening. Okay, that we'd rather be, instead of not attacking Iran, we'd rather help Russia survive. I mean, help them do their shit in Ukraine by purchasing their oil. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Do you think JEF will go harder on restricting? They might invalid axiom. I don't really know. I haven't looked into it too much. Okay. Right. So good. All right. So guys, let's just do a little bit of a side thing here. I need a little break from talking about the war and the death and destruction, right? Forgive me. I'm only human. This is a video by a guy that I really like. He's a former history teacher. He has the best shirts ever, by the way. Great shirts. Okay. So this says Hitler was a weird guy. And it is true, guys. Hitler was a really strange individual. Like, I'm not talking about the genocide and all the other kind of weird stuff he did. I mean, just personally, he was kind of a weird guy, really weird, did some really weird shit, in his personal life, had some really weird habits and crap. I just thought it'd be kind of fun to see what this guy has to say about Hitler being a weird guy. So let's see. Yeah, let's take a brief break from the apocalyptic stuff. Yeah, meth will do that. That's for sure. Pink with a camera is as amazing, right? Yeah, right, Doug. Okay, so let's watch this real fast. Let's just see what he has to say. I might add some more, take some away. You know how it is. Okay, yeah, like that. Yeah, Paul Squall. Okay, right.
To see Mr. Adolf as a force of nature, turning the wheels of history.
Oh, Aristotle, you're not wrong. Of course, that's kind of an insult to furries, but okay.
One evil act after the other, as a sort of cold mastermind who was able to turn an entire nation into a factory of death and war. And although this is true, what we often don't learn about Hitler is that he was a profoundly odd person.
Okay, now can I just tell something? Me too. I love this guy's voice. By the way, he's from the UK. Can I add something else about Hitler that you never hear about? A couple things. One, he had an affair with his niece. So that's cute. That's cute. He really had a lot of attraction for his niece. As a matter of fact, he would do this thing. Okay, I'm not joking, by the way. He would do this thing that he would. This sounds weird. It is weird. He would take her out to a wheat field, like a field of wheat, like a farming field of wheat. And he would have her stand in the middle of the wheat field, and he would slowly walk around her, looking at her through the wheat reeds and having her spin in her skirt and shit. And he would just walk around her in the wheat field, looking at her in a kind of a weird way. Just a weird thing there. There are also reports, by the way, because he had a few girlfriends, most of them unalived themselves. I'm not joking. I think only one or two of them didn't unalive themselves. But most of his girlfriends unalived themselves because they're dating Hitler. But one of these girls, actually it was his niece, he kept her basically locked up in this apartment complex. And there are reports that this was never proven. Okay, this was never proven, but I would not be surprised at all that he took a great amount of joy in having her, let's say, relieve herself on his body, as in having him lay down and having her crouch over him and relieving her bladder on him, and he loved that apparently. So there are, we can't really prove it historically, but there is some stuff there is some evidence of it. I am not, guys, I am not kink shaming. You do your stuff, right? If that's what you're into, good for you. But I am not kink shaming. I am not kink shaming. I'm just saying. But guys, is it really kink shaming to say that if you talk about someone's niece? He was doing it to his niece, and he kept her locked up and did this weird stuff. I am not kink shaming. Some people, it's okay, guys. You can do what you want. I am just saying. Okay, yeah, not with the niece you kidnapped. It kind of makes it weird, doesn't it? Like, the golden shower stuff isn't that weird. It's kind of like, to each their own. But, like, okay. So, I know, Druzilla. I know he did worse things. I know, okay, you're all getting mad at me for kink-shaming Hitler. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, I know, I'm such a bad guy. How dare I say negative things about Hitler? Okay, whatever, screw you. He was an odd guy. Let's just put it that way, okay? He was an odd guy. Let's move on.
Really odd. Now, that's not unusual for dictators. They all have their foibles and quirks. But I think Hitler might take first place for history's strangest tyrant. A man who was obsessed with health and hygiene.
By the way, she ended up unaliving herself because she felt so trapped in that apartment. Okay.
At the same time taking obscure concoctions of amphetamines and bull semen. A man who was troubled by a flatulent stomach, which could make a room so stinky his inner circle would complain, whilst at the same time refusing to shake hands for fear of germs.
Yeah, he was a germaphobe. Also sounds a lot like someone else we know, right? By the way, there is also, we all know the reports about Trump's body parts, right? About what Stormy Daniels said about certain parts of Hitler, right? About Trump. Oops, Freudian slip. Hitler had a similar issue, folks. As a matter of fact, there were reports that he had a deformed part of that body that called micropenis. That's literally what it's called. Anyway.
Someone who, on the surface, seemed completely uninterested in women, but would go on to have such destructive relationships with them that...
Look at that. Look at that. He's like, oh, look at me. Look Hitler being all like, oh, God, I'm so cute. So insane. Anyway.
Every woman he was romantically entangled with would ultimately end their own life.
Yep. See, told you.
A man who was profoundly shy and quiet, but nonetheless took the stage and rocked history. Today, we peel back the myth and take a stark look at the man, warts and all.
Such a weirdo he is. They like me. They
Born
really
in
like
1889 in Austria, young Adolf, or Adi to his mother, had a relatively...
As a kid, this kid looks like an asshole, right? This is like that kid in the neighborhood you don't let your kids play with because you know that kid is probably torturing small animals or something in secret. Like this, he just looks okay. That inverted panda, I love that. I don't think he had any friends either because a real friend would have told him how shitty his mustache is. That's good.
Quiet childhood.
Yeah, disgusting.
He suffered some abuse from his father, Alois, but historians disagree on how severe this was. Either way, Adolf would later write that as a child, he feared his father, whilst at the same time, his mother Clara was the opposite. Doting, affectionate, and indulgent. This background would set the stage for what is arguably the weirdest thing about...
Druzilla, I've heard conflicting reports of this. I suspect he did only have one, but he did have we're like 85% sure he had deformed genitalia. Hitler did, because some of his medical reports indicate that.
Hitler. His personal relationships, or lack thereof. During the First World War, Hitler would serve on the front, but he struggled to make friends with his comrades, and was always the odd one out.
Yeah.
It didn't help that whilst other soldiers guzzled beer, smoked tobacco, and frequented brothels, the 25-year-old Adolf preferred to sketch or read political pamphlets. Now, this isn't in itself problematic, there's nothing wrong with self-control, but you could say that it was unusual for an early 20th century soldier to avoid alcohol, cigarettes, and women.
By the way, it was also well known he was hated by a lot of his fellow soldiers because, a lot of times they would bring animals into the trenches to give them company, and he was known for abusing the dogs. I'm not going to go into detail. I know I don't want to talk about animals being hurt, but he was known for like being very abusive towards the animals that would be brought into the trenches. So a lot of his fellow soldiers were like really didn't like him because he would hurt the animals they had there. Really gross guy.
And this was part of what made him feel like a bit of a loner during the First World War, a feeling that I don't think ever actually left him, and we'll see later in the video how he'll go on to overcompensate for the feeling of being left out. For now though, let's get back to that point about him not visiting brothels, because this is a theme that runs throughout Hitler's life and has left a big question mark in the endless books about him. See, sexually speaking, Hitler is a total enigma, which makes him quite unlike the average person, and most tellingly, very unlike other dictators. Stalin was a serial womanizer in his younger years, fathering several children from different mothers, but then became almost completely abstinent.
Well, that's kind of explained if you see what a young Stalin looked like. Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
And monk-like after taking power in the 1930s. Mao Zedong was the other way around, slightly less successful in his younger years, but once established, he indulged in his voracious appetite for women, famously taking a plate of Hong Shao Rou and a virgin to bed every night. And of course, this was often exploitative in the process. Hitler, on the other hand, who knows? There's been lots of rumours about depraved interests or abusive tastes, but these are just rumours. Nothing about this part of his life has really been confirmed, leading some to say that he may have been asexual, or being a germaphobe, may have had some severe...
Louise, I don't think so. I think Hitler's kind of ruined the mustache. Yeah, Louis, that's good, Louise. I really don't think it will ever come back in fashion, the Hitler mustache. It's like a lot, the Nazis ruined a lot of things. Like that, by the way, guys, that mustache is the Charlie Chaplin mustache, actually. It was very popular amongst film stars to have that mustache. So Hitler was copying a trend at the time. But of course, Hitler having that mustache ruined it for everyone. Probably best. I don't like it. Yeah, but like, if that makes sense. Okay. Mussolini must be getting tired of him getting so right. He may have been, Gwen, he may have been asexual. That's very possible. But there are lots of reports about him engaging in, let's put it this way, how do I frame this so you don't accuse me of being kink shaming, of non-standard sexual practices? Let's put it that way.
Hang-ups about the process itself. Either way, this fastidiousness was enough to raise some eyebrows, especially amongst another of his contemporary dictators, Benito Mussolini, who in almost stereotypical Italian fashion was very much a stallion in this regard. Although it must be said, like Mao, exploitation was often the reason for his impressive number of very young mistresses. In any case, in the 1930s...
A lot of his mistresses were assholes, too. Like, okay, a lot of them were victims, don't get me wrong, but he had a few mistresses that were diehard fascists also, so... I've heard people talk about him like being abusive of all the women he was with. Well, a few of them were really diehard fascists who liked being with him. That's just one note. The most of the women he was with were abused by him.
The two men actually met in Rome to discuss the future of fascism in Europe. Mussolini, who had always seen Hitler as a bit of a prude, suddenly came across a delicious morsel of confidential information. It had been reported that in the early hours of the morning, the Fuhrer had called for a woman to be sent to his bedchamber. This little detail delighted Mussolini, who now finally had proof that the Fuhrer was a man just like any other and with the same appetites. Mussolini was savouring his gotcha moment. Not so bloody pious now, are you? But, as it would actually transpire, here Hitler had actually called the lady up with other things in mind. He was to give a speech the next day and was fussing with the way his shirt had been ironed. The lady came to his room.
Okay, don't worry, guys. It was just normal misogyny, right? It was just normal misogyny. He wanted a woman there because he wanted her to do like womanly domestic things for him. It wasn't about sex, okay? So just, the normal kind of misogyny, sexism. At least it wasn't like the sexual abuse kind, okay? Admittedly, like, why don't you ask for like, I don't know, a designer or like a seamstress or some shit rather than I just want a woman to help fix my shirt. I know, okay, whatever, okay.
Ironed the shirt, starched the collar, and was briskly sent away. Mussolini found this revelation deflating, and once again found Hitler impossible to read. Again, none of this is in itself problematic behaviour by any means. There's nothing wrong with this, but it does reveal something of Hitler's unusual character. Whereas others might be enjoying the perks of power, Adolf was busy obsessing over his personal appearance, all the way into the dead of night. But, uninterested as he may have been, this feeling did not go both ways. When Hitler was doing his stint in Landsberg prison after the...
Yeah, I will say, guys, Hitler was very popular amongst the women of Germany. He got a lot of the female vote, the women's vote in Germany. And this isn't just, not all of them, obviously, but you have to understand too, Hitler, a lot of women in Germany didn't had lost their husbands during the First World War, so they were single. Um, they were struggling economically, and then Hitler presented himself as this bachelor who would be the husband of all these women who had lost their husbands and who would save them economically and things like that. So he actually kind of cultivated this image of being like the husband of all the women of the nation. So it's not because they're women that they liked him, it's because they were economically struggling and just more than a lot of the men were. And that's what gets you fascists in power, okay? Yeah, and then he kind of played up on it. If you watch a lot of videos from the time of like crowds cheering from him, there you see a lot of women screaming their heads off. He's kind of like a movie star. Okay, but again, this is not all women. I'm just saying there were a lot of women that did vote for him. Okay, yeah, this is Adolf, Eleni.
Failed beer hall purge of 1923, he had managed to garner himself a respectable collection of groupies, women who were charmed by his antics and took to him, bachelor as he was, with squealing adulation. In Landsberg, Adolf enjoyed relative freedom despite being technically imprisoned, and he was even allowed to have visitors in his private room. It would have been all too easy to have a Fraulein over to help pass the time. Unfortunately for the Gerlies, however, the only thing that actually ever got past the bars were the love letters, and the one thing Hitler actually liked: the pastries. Baked with love from home and sent in to lift his spirits, it was ultimately no more than flour, sugar, and butter that Hitler would truly indulge in, adding a bit of podge to his previously slender, undernourished frame. This would make Adolf Hitler one of the few prisoners in human history to have actually gained weight during his time in captivity. But hey,
it is
perks to any job, I suppose. Nonetheless, though,
well, Adolf is a pretty common German first name, or at least it was. So I guess not to confuse people.
it wasn't as though the man was incapable of noticing the opposite sex, and there would be only woe and misery to those who actually caught Hitler's eye. A few years after getting out of Landsberg, Hitler grew attached to his half-niece, Gelly. In 1929...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I said niece. Half-niece. Okay, half-niece, Gelly.
Who was just 19, moved into Hitler's Munich apartment. The Fuhrer would have been around 40 years old at the time.
Good, so she was 19 and he was 40, and she was his half-niece, and he kept her imprisoned in his Munich apartment. Nothing wrong with that.
Quite the age gap. Nonetheless, though, Hitler was smitten by her, and the two had an incredibly intimate relationship. There's a big question mark about whether this became more than just familial love, but Adolf certainly acted like more than just a loving uncle. The relationship broke down before long as Hitler began to obsessively control every aspect of her life: what she wore, who she saw, and even when she was allowed to leave the apartment. The older man was besotted. The younger girl was desperate for some relief from the doting but abusive uncle. In the end, Gelly could stand no more, and she tragically shot herself in the chest at the age of 23, 4 years after moving in with Hitler. Adolf had the whole scene wrapped up quickly to avoid outrage and any suspicion of foul play on his part, but the experience stuck with him, and he never really got over the loss of Gelly, even if it had never been a proper relationship, or it was him that was responsible for driving her to this extreme end. Either way, lessons were not learned. His second public relationship, this time with Eva Braun, would also end the same way. Although
but Eva Braun was a lunatic also, but I do feel bad for Gelly. There were known instances where he would scream at her for trying to leave the apartment, or she would leave the apartment, he would find out, and he would lose his goddamn mind, okay? And that's where the reports are that they would do some very strange sexual rituals and stuff that, anyway...
the different circumstances, with her also taking her own life just a few moments before Hitler did so himself in 1945, towards the end of the war. This meant that both of his intimate relationships ended in suicidal tragedy, a grim reminder of the deep personal darkness behind the public monster. But let's take a look at something
here's my
other
question
than...
for you. What else might Hitler have been... This is why I'm saying it's kind of believable that there were some weird things happening behind the scenes. Because, like, it takes a lot to want to off yourself. And, yeah, he trapped her in that apartment and was very mean and stuff to her. But it also makes you wonder if there were other kinds of abuse happening there that isn't talked about. And this is why I don't fully buy the argument that he was asexual. I suspect he was deeply, what's the term? Afraid of his sexual preferences getting out in terms of the things he liked. That's just my thought. I could be wrong. All right.
Relationships, let's look at politics. See, one of the lesser-known stories is how Hitler actually got into politics, and it's quite interesting. Many know that he joined the German Workers' Party before climbing the ranks and morphing it into the National Socialist Party with himself at the helm. What many don't know is how Hitler actually found this party. After the end of the First World War, Germany's newly established Weimar Republic was incredibly unstable, being attacked on all sides by political extremism.
Yeah, he was a traitor, by the way, to the party he ended up becoming the head of. He was spying on them for the German government.
And civil violence. Hitler joined up as an intelligence officer during this period, and he was originally sent to spy on the German Workers' Party to see if they posed a threat to this fledgling state. Despite being sent to keep tabs on this unruly group, Hitler decided to join it, and he turned a potential threat into an actual disaster. I think it's painfully ironic that the state sent Hitler to control the future of this party, and then Hitler used this party to control the future of the state. But there you are. In any case, Hitler's political affiliation came later in life, and although he's remembered primarily as a fierce public speaker, able to capture and agitate the crowd, this wasn't always the case. We mentioned earlier that in the First World War, Hitler was quiet and withdrawn, and this was also true of his early speeches. He was actually pretty woeful on stage, at least at first, but after some religiously applied practice, he got good. And I say religiously applied.
I hope they show it. He actually had a stage magician teach him like poses you can do on stage to strengthen your act. And he would take pictures of himself practicing various poses on a stage to see which ones were the strongest and looked the best. And we actually have all these photos of him doing this. I hope he shows some of them. If he doesn't, I'll show you guys the pictures.
Practice, because Hitler would rehearse his speeches non-stop before appearing on stage. Not just the script or the tone or the delivery, but every last detail, even down to the facial expressions and the hand gestures, leading to some truly bizarre photographs like these. This isn't Hitler during a speech.
This is him practicing. These are those photos, okay, where they took pictures so he could take a look to see what was the strongest way of doing these poses.
It's him practicing for one, but it looks so extreme. And as a performer myself, I can't imagine ever getting this passionate in front of nothing but an empty room and an awkward photographer. But hey, maybe that's what separates the professionals from the rest of us. But back to politics, Hitler had some beliefs about the world that were just bizarre. Whereas some believed in God and others
Remember, guys, we did a whole stream on Hitler's ideology. Maybe we could revisit it sometime. His view that the whole world was simply a battle for food between different racial groups. And that things like laws and anything restraining your fundamental racial drive was bad and Jewish. So like laws were Jewish, rules of governments were Jewish. Anything stopping the fundamental battle between the races for food was a Jewish imposition. And I mentioned that a concentration camp, legally, according to Hitler and the Nazi Party, was an area where German laws did not apply. So a concentration camp, according to Hitler, is a place where the natural racial struggle could occur without any silly things like laws or morals getting in the way of it happening. Okay, so it's dark. We could talk about it maybe if you guys want to at some point.
Really materialistic about the world, Hitler walked a middle ground, sort of mixed up with paganism and folk.
So Gwen asked, wasn't he an atheist? That's a hard question to answer, Gwen. Was he an atheist in terms of not being a believing Christian? Yeah. Was he atheist as an only secular? No. He had his own kind of weird religiosity that had nothing to do with most modern religions. That was more of a nationalist religion. I don't know how to describe it. But no, he wasn't Christian or anything. Yeah, like he had a weird racial religion. The historians will disagree with me on this, okay? Some historians say, yeah, he's an atheist, but I think that sort of misses the fundamental religiosity of him. Yeah, he didn't follow any established religion, but he definitely had a weird sort of religious, spiritual bent that was his own kind of weird belief system, okay?
And a lot of his inner circle were subscribed to this stuff too. Most famously is Rudolf Hess, who believed in divination and tried to find ways to levitate, and Heinrich Himmler, who had an obsession with the Norse god Odin, the Holy Grail, and numerous other occult interests. This
retro.
Germanic spiritualism, if you could call it that, would even affect Hitler's performance on the world stage. Returning once more to Benito Mussolini, when the two were discussing politics one evening, Hitler told the Italian dictator that he was, quote, mystically and scientifically convinced of being possessed. Not by a demon or by God, but by a spirit from Aryan
There you
mythological
go.
prehistory.
There you
Mussolini
go. You see what I mean? Like, okay. All right.
would later say that this comment left him utterly disoriented. Now, I know that these two characters are responsible for some of the darkest moments of the 20th century and have forever stained human history with blood and tragedy. But my God, I just cannot help but be amused by the relationship between these two men.
Absolutely. Wes.
Here they
It
are.
makes me sad, guys, because a lot of like Nordic people that believe in Nordic religions get confused with Nazis because the Nazis have abused that religion and made it so. But not every person that believes in like the Nordic religion is a Nazi. But unfortunately, the Nazis ruined a lot of it. Anyway. Yeah. Right. Retro. Imagine leaving Mussolini disoriented. Correct. Meowzord, Nazi. That's a really good point, Retro. I never thought of it that way. Yeah. Okay. Paul Squaw. Aryan supremacy was a religion. It had an estus. Yeah, absolutely, Paul Squaw. Right. But this is what bothers me. Like, this is still argued about by historians, and I'm a historian on the side of he was definitely religious, but a lot of historians have this really set view of religion of having to be one of the major religions or whatever. I'm like, no, religiosity can come in many forms, regardless. Okay.
Utterly
Right.
dependent on one another throughout the Second World War, and yet, despite the constant meetings and exchanges, these two men have nothing in common with each other, other than the shared politics of fascism. But even then, they have totally different interpretations as to what fascism actually is. And these two stooges constantly competing
There you go,
with one
Retro.
another,
Don't forget, guys, don't forget about our god, Gazoo, the great sky whale.
rambling in broken German about women or Aryan mythology, both completely incompetent in their own ways, talking past one another, equally baffled by the other, and yet, despite their ridiculous personal antics together, they're able to somehow hold Europe hostage for half a decade.
Yeah.
It's nuts. Anyway, that's enough on politics, so let's get into some hobbies and foibles to once again drive
He
home
loved movies, by the way.
just how strange this man was.
Real fast, I think I've talked about this before, guys. Hitler loved American Westerns. Like Western movies, Western books. He loved American Westerns. Everyone's ever know, what is it? The one American author who always wrote a bunch of Westerns. Okay. And he viewed, yeah, I know, right? Drusilla, I know. It's sad. He liked American Westerns because he viewed Eastern Europe as Germany's Wild West. He viewed the natives of Eastern Europe as Native American type figures, and he thought that Eastern Europe would be Germany's new Wild West. That Germany could conquer and settle it and exterminate the natives there and turn it into an empire like America. That is not a joke. A lot of his racial ideology and his idea of Lebensraum comes from the American history. He really wanted Germany to be like a new America and do sort of a eastward push, kind of like America did in the West. And he loved Westerns as this sort of display of like American whiteness destroying the inferior natives and taking it over. Okay, no, yeah, and guys, he had a personal movie theater and he would sit around watching American Westerns all the time. He loved it. Loved it. A lot of his ideology was taken from his conception of America. Okay, I'm not joking. So just a thought there. Yeah, right, Jonas? It's not, and I could talk about this for a long time, but he predicted that America would become a superpower, and he wanted Germany to have that same level of power. And so he's like, well, look what America did. They're becoming a superpower, and they violently conquered the racial inferiors to their west, and then settled it with Anglo-Saxons and white Anglo-Saxons, and made the superior racial state. He also loved the American South and their racial laws, separating black and white people. As a matter of fact, some of the laws that they passed in Nazi Germany, especially in relation to eugenics, America had laws on the books that allowed the government to sterilize people that were viewed as inferior or mentally ill without their consent. Okay, something like 60,000 Americans were sterilized and made unable to reproduce without their consent in order to protect the racial hygiene of American society. The Nazis literally took the laws from like Georgia and California, by the way, and almost practically copy and pasted them to German law books in the Nazi state. So He took a lot from America, and we don't like to think about that. Okay, we don't like to think about that. All right. So, okay, yeah, enslaved others.
Firstly, Hitler loved animals, firstly doting on his German shepherd Blondie, and his love for these beasts would go so far that he would even declare himself vegetarian, eating simple meals like porridge and buckwheat while his officers munched on meat. But behind closed doors, despite his public displays of abstentiousness, Hitler was known to sneak a bratwurst or two, or if feeling especially pleased with himself, would enjoy his favourite, Leberknödel, dumplings made from pork and beef liver. So,
why would that be your favorite? Okay.
Yes, in his own way, even Hitler wasn't immune to the pleasures of the flesh.
Yep.
Many, of course, also know that Hitler was refused entry to art school and was a passionate painter during his younger years. And although I'm no art critic, others have said that his paintings can be pretty solid, but he struggles to paint people in a compelling way. Perhaps showing...
Now, isn't that interesting, guys? There is something deep about his psychology there, right? That he has trouble painting people, right? He can paint still landscapes, but has trouble with people. It's like his mind has trouble wrapping around people.
His deep-seated disinterest in others. Other pre-war critics have been less generous of Hitler's paintings. In 1936, American journalist John Gunter wrote that his paintings were prosaic, utterly devoid of rhythm, colour, feeling, or spiritual imagination. No wonder the Vienna professors told him to go to an architectural school and give up pure art as hopeless. Although it should be said that Hitler had applied to the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts, which was probably the most prestigious school for these kinds of paintings at the time. And so if Adolf had just set his sights a little lower, he probably would have been accepted into another art school, but as we've seen so far, he's not a man to do things by half measures. Hitler also hated germs and was obsessed with his health, often refusing to shake the hands of those around him for the sake of hygiene. And this obsession was exploited by doctors around him who would keep him dosed up on a pharmacy's worth
Isn't that
of drugs.
that's one of those interesting historical points, is that he couldn't connect with people so much on a page.
Stimulants for the mornings,
oh yeah,
laxants for the
Pervitin.
evenings, even depots.
Yeah, no, guys. So Hitler's art, he wasn't bad. Like, he was much better than most of us would be at art. He had some issues with perspective. Like, you'll notice in his paintings, like, there'll be a doorway that doesn't seem quite right, or like a spire that you can't really tell if it's in the foreground or the background. He had some perspective issues, and his paintings are kind of boring. They're kind of just like direct images of things. He wasn't a horrible artist, but you know, I'm not trying to compliment Hitler's art here, but you know, it wasn't the best. He had some issues with perspective, which is really hard to teach. It's hard to teach perspective. So he may have never been able to fix that. By the way, Pervitin, this is great. Pervitin is meth, basically. Okay. The Nazis get, you know what? I'll let him talk about it. Yeah.
Semen for vitality. This also began to take a toll on his physical and
right.
mental health, and by the end of the war, he was pretty out of it. He also disliked early mornings, so much so that on D-Day, when the Allies swept onto the beaches of...
Yeah, oh my God, I want to tell this story. I don't want him to tell you the story. I want to tell the story. Hitler hated mornings. He was not a morning person. He was very bohemian in this way. He liked waking up late and kind of, okay. As a matter of fact, though, he was so obsessed with like getting his mornings to not have to wake up too early that when the Allies started landing on the beaches at Normandy during D-Day, no one wanted to wake him up to tell him it was happening, because he also medicated himself to help himself sleep. And his top generals didn't want to be the ones to wake him up to tell him that the Allies were landing. And before he had gone to sleep, he had given himself sole control and power over some of the most elite panzer brigades in the German military that were waiting near the beaches to attack the Allies if they landed. So it might not be much of an exaggeration to say that if they had waked Hitler up and allowed him to give the order to release these panzer divisions, we may have seen a different outcome on D-Day. They may have been able to push the Allies off the beaches, but he was asleep. So, oops, right? He was such a little special boy that no one wanted to wake him up to release the panzer divisions. Okay, that's kind of funny. Now, we could debate about it, but it's just kind of a funny thing.
France on the 6th of June 1944, none of Hitler's staff would dare to come into his room and deliver the news. It was too scary to disturb him. The Nazis actually became aware of the invasion at about 4 a.m. that day, but it wouldn't be until 10 a.m. that the Fuhrer would rise and hear of the disaster, by which point the Allies had already secured their beachheads and were bringing in new reinforcements. General Alfred Jodl would later defend the decision not to wake Hitler prematurely, saying, "The Fuhrer had to be in a good mood to make clear decisions." But although he disliked germs and early mornings and liked animals and...
Yeah, Drizzle, we could debate this. I am of the thought that he was kind of doomed to fail. in the war. Even if the Allies had never attacked in France, he was going to lose against the Soviet Union eventually. All right, so I mean, it's possible that and also it would have been taken forever for him to be able to invade Britain. They didn't really have the capacity to do that. Most of their air force had been destroyed. They didn't really have a transport capacity. So this is debatable. Okay. I'm not sure what to tell you.
Art,
There's
Hitler
lots of
had
different
one
theories.
other interest, especially in his later years: talking. Once top dog, Hitler would go on to hold monologues during dinner parties, which could be several hours long, and those attending were obliged to indulge him. The man who was once left out and ignored during the First World War was now the centre of attention and head of the clique. This wouldn't have been too bad for those involved. We've all had to share a meal with a boss or a relative who dominates
He
conversation.
did. No, he absolutely did, Drusilla. He broke the pact with the Soviet Union, which was like a death knell. All right, that was like a big death knell, like that from the very beginning. That whole campaign was a moronic and kind of self-destructive campaign. But what I'm saying, Drusilla, even if he hadn't attacked the Soviet Union, it still would have been very difficult to launch a full-on invasion of England. It would have had to take a long time. We can debate this like historically. I don't see it. He didn't really have much of a naval force to be able to do that. It would have taken a lot of production capacity. It's interesting. We can debate it. It's not like okay. And the UK had like already destroyed a lot of his air force during the Battle of Britain. So okay.
Nothing new there. But there was one thing about Hitler that made these evenings a bit of an issue: his stomach. Hitler was incredibly and unfortunately flatulent, often creating a bit of a
He
steep
farted a lot. That was always fun, probably because of the meds he was on.
for his guests. This may have been the real reason for his plain diet, rather than any ethical foibles about eating meat. Things got worse in this regard as Hitler got older too. His secretary, Trader Junger, would go on to say that his digestive issues could make meetings quite uncomfortable for those in the room. Albert Speer would also later say that his flatulence, quote, affected those nearby. One can't help but to imagine the smell in those last few days of Hitler's life, stuck in a stale bunker, cramming tinned food into an anxious stomach, waiting for the Russians to come and exact their revenge. Quite the aroma. Anyway, that's Hitler. Isolated, neurotic.
The Germans definitely would have struggled if they did invade the UK. Like, we can debate. Like, anyway, yeah.
Self-absorbed.
Yeah, guys,
and quite
he's a lot like
strange.
Trump.
Now, quirks and eccentricities.
I remember, guys, Trump smells bad. Do you remember that? There was there's a lot of stories about how there's an odor around Trump. Okay, like literally. Okay.
They're just part of being human. On their own, Hitler's are almost funny. The flatulence, the indulgence for the pastries, the awkward mirror poses. And none of this is what made him dangerous. The truth is, it's the cult of personality, the propaganda machine, that made Hitler seem larger than life and made him able to do the unthinkable. But if you strip that away, you don't find a demonic genius. You find a petty, paranoid, awkward little man. And maybe that's the one small comfort from studying history. In the end, the myths crumble, and even the man who was once one of the most powerful in the world is still painfully, pathetically human.
Yeah. So, and okay, that was good. I really like this. This was a good one. Okay, and Trump is the same way, right? Tries to present this image of himself as this big, strong guy, but like is really just this pathetic little man underneath, right? Pathetic little man who needs to do all this propaganda to make himself seem badass and shit. Okay, just like Hitler. And by the way, guys, there's this sort of myth in history that Hitler was like somehow some amazing genius and shit like that. Not really. He made some clever military decisions, but like he also got very lucky with a lot of his military campaigns. A lot of other European countries were struggling at the time to sort of weren't really prepared for the war, etc. And yeah, there were a lot of issues. He was not that bright. Okay, he really wasn't like some genius. And then in some of the cases, like he wouldn't listen to his generals, and that would cause big problems for him. Yeah, and so it wasn't like the best. It wasn't the brightest guy in the world. Anyway, so just a note there. There's like this idea of him being an evil genius. He got lucky. And then some of the things he did, are the reasons that he failed were almost all his fault. Okay. So to be clear about that, his obsession with the Soviet Union, crushing it, breaking that agreement with Stalin, shit like that. All right. And also lots of other kind of dumb things. I could nitpick all day at all the bad mistakes they made in Nazi Germany that made them lose. Okay. But one of the big ones is, guys, is that he basically went to war against the whole planet. I mean, obviously I'm exaggerating, not the whole planet. And then expected that they would win, even though like they had the economic might against them of all these other countries, which were completely outmatched economically by the countries they were fighting against. Just completely. Like you're fighting against the Soviet Union, the United States, the UK, huge swaths of the planet you're fighting against who have much larger industrial capacities. And in the case of the United States, you can't even reach that industrial capacity. It's across the ocean. How are you going to sustain a war? Okay, anyway. All right. So, guys, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. He was superstitious, but like in a weird way. That's kind of a. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Give me 1 sec. Bye.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
Everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
I'm back. I'm back, guys. Hello. And one last little thing here in regards to Hitler and the Nazis. If I were to ask you all, the Nazis were really good at propaganda, right? Do you know the number one way that Germany's military at the time transported equipment and ammunition? Someone tell me, if you were to guess, how did the German military, what was the number one way they transported equipment for the war? Like ammunition, guns, artillery shells. What was the number one way they transported that shit? Someone tell me in the chat, please. Even infantry. And tell me. The Second World War, by the way. Correct, Loiso. Horses. This is the 20th century. And the main way that the Nazis were transporting equipment were horses and their soldiers, horses. Now, yeah, horses. Now, I'm pointing this out because the Nazis were really good at doing propaganda. So you would often see tons of propaganda showing showing mechanized brigades of panzers and stuff riding into battle and shit like that. Okay. Yeah, but those were not. That was only a small portion of the German military. Most of the Wehrmacht, for example, was mainly transported by horseback. It was not like the most like we get this image of the Nazi military as being hyper advanced, but that was kind of isolated to a few very elite panzer divisions that they gave all that equipment to. And you have to understand too, there was no oil in Germany. They had to rely on oil from places like Romania. They didn't have much rubber because the world had cut off trade to them. So they also had trouble. Even if they had a fleet of a bunch of trucks, of which they had some, they wouldn't be able to sustain them because they didn't have the oil they needed to run those things. So yeah, most of their military got around using horses. And I think later in the war they that changed. Maybe I'd have to check, but does that surprise anyone? Because I know a lot of people still have this image of like this elite military. No, they were not that great, honestly. There were parts of it that were pretty elite, but most of their military was not prepared for this. Okay. And one fun thing I can tell you guys, yeah, you're right, Ninjester. They also wasted a lot of their resources developing super weapons or like weapons that weren't that effective. Yeah, exactly. They ran out of oil way too fast. Yeah, correct, JD. So they also like if you guys know what V1, V2 rockets are, but for the people in the UK, you probably know what a buzz bomb is. They're these but V2 rockets especially, they spent an enormous amount of research building like rockets to launch at Britain. But that were didn't actually do that much. If they would have like put those resources into rebuilding their air force or some shit, which they didn't have enough planes for, like that would be a much better use of resources. And they spent, yeah, and you're right. And they also, guys, spent a ton of resources developing a train system to transport people to concentration camps. Okay. What do I mean by that? Well, think about it. You're fighting a war on multiple fronts, and you're putting a tremendous amount of military resources into murdering people. That's kind of stupid. I mean, apart from the evil part of that, why are you wasting all your resources to exterminate people in the middle of a war? That's because, guys, Nazis are Nazism is irrational. It isn't. It's about the vibes, right? So the vibes for the Nazis are that Jews scary. We need to get rid of these people. They're the biggest threat, even if it means hurting your war effort. Or to some Nazis, that was part of the war effort. The Jews are the threat. The reason Germany's losing is because of the Jews. It's no reason. There's a reason why after Germany started getting pushed back in the Soviet Union, that's when they really went all in on killing Jewish people. Okay? Because they're like, well, we must be losing because of the Jews. Now, there's more to this. Jonas, now it's Muslims. Right. Okay? Now, Stan Durko, they did not attack Russia in the middle of winter. That's sort of a common misconception. They attacked Russia way before winter, but they thought that it would be easier, and that when winter did come, that they'd be able to deal with that. And they were very mistaken about that. Okay, but they didn't attack Russia in winter. All right. Okay. They thought it would be a lot easier than it was, and boy, was it a lot harder than they thought. Okay. Yep, Gwen, totally. Guys, you're totally right. Totally. Yeah, this is all about, yeah, I mean, I was like, think about what the MAGA does. It's all about scapegoating, like irrationally scapegoating. Think about what we're doing right now. We're going to war with Iran. We're deeply in debt, but we're wasting all this money against the war in Iran, all this money against getting rid of immigrants. Okay, but because it is an irrational ideology that uses scapegoating, that places blame in the wrong place in order to keep society together. Okay. Oh, it does not, Jonas. It does not go into much depth. And I know I keep doing these like, oh, cry for me stories, but like I have trauma from reading about the shit the Nazis were doing in places like Poland. Okay, a lot of people don't know all the shit the Nazis got up to. But anyway, yeah, like Poland. Oh my goodness, not a great situation there under the Nazis. One of the worst places to be, actually. Anyway, but like lots of issues. So okay, a lot of really demented shit. height of evil. I can tell you one. Let me tell you one little story here. I don't know if you guys know this, but this is just like a dark story that something about it sticks with me. When the Allies started liberating some of the concentration camps, a couple things here, actually. First of all, I don't know if you guys know, but a lot of times gay people wouldn't be what would be taken out of the concentration camps and then put back into prison by the Allies, because the Allies oftentimes viewed anti-gay laws in Germany as perfectly acceptable. So a lot of the gay people in concentration camps were taken out of concentration camps and then thrown directly into prison. So they weren't really liberated. That's a side note that people don't talk about. Second of all, when the Allied forces started coming into a lot of these concentration camps, the soldiers would sort of start trying to feed people, because a lot of the people in these concentration camps were starving to death, right? We're starving to death. So obviously you'd come across a concentration camp, there'd be people that were skeletal, real bad situation, and your instinct would be to take some chocolate, or Hershey had actually produced a lot of chocolate for the troops, to give them some chocolate, to give them some food. Well, something medically to be aware of, that if you haven't consumed food for a while and you give someone solid food, it will tear up their internal organs. It will kill them. You need to, if someone's been starving for a while, you need to start with liquid diet before you go to food diet. So a lot of these poor soldiers and the poor concentration camp victims, they finally felt liberated and they'd start eating, and then they started dying because they had been starved for so long, their bodies couldn't handle solid food. So they had to, the Allied High Command under Eisenhower had to issue an order, stop feeding the concentration camp inmates, so we can give them liquid food first. But like, imagine receiving that, like just the psychological thing there, right? Being told as a soldier, you can't directly feed these folks, and being one of these inmates and finding out, I can't eat because I will die. And so then you have to wait for liquid food. That's like a small thing, but it's just something that sticks with me. Like that idea that you wouldn't be able to feed folks. Yeah, Sylvie. Yeah, you learned about that the soldiers were horrified as they fed them sandwiches and watched them die. Yeah, like the trauma that okay. Correct, Louise. So it's such a interesting period of history in a really dark way. Or for another example I can tell you that people don't talk about much. You know that the Soviet Union invaded Poland when the Germans did, right? Because Hitler had signed a secret agreement with Stalin that Stalin knew he was going to invade Poland, and they agreed that Stalin would take Eastern Poland and Germany would take Western Poland. And you know what Eastern Western. So the Soviet Union invaded Poland when the Nazis invaded Poland, and they got half of Poland. And what we also don't think about is then that in the part that was taken by the Soviets, the Soviet Union rounded up all of the quote unquote intellectuals, which included landlords, which I guess aren't intellectuals, but military commanders, professors, academics, politicians, and brought them into a place called Katyn Forest and murdered them, gunned them down out in the open, and buried their bodies in mass graves, thousands of people, in order to subdue Poland for the sake of the Soviet Union. And the Nazis actually came across these burials first and reported on them, and no one believed the Nazis because, of course, everyone assumed the Nazis do it. But we now know for a fact that the Soviets had also been mass murdering people in Eastern Poland. Okay, so anyway, so look up the Katyn Forest Massacre, and you'll see exactly what I mean. All right, so you can imagine why Poland today, for example, hates Russia and is very afraid of Russia. Historically, Russia has oftentimes attacked Poland and occupied it and controlled it imperially. They also helped the Nazis by invading Poland. And then Stalin was all shocked and chagrined when Hitler turned on him. And it's like, okay, well, what do you expect? Okay, the man's a monster. And by the way, Stalin, when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, Stalin threw a hissy fit. I'm not joking. He became depressed and he went and hid in his dacha and was refused to see anyone and was having a temper tantrum in his room by himself. And he went for 3 days. He refused to talk to anyone and was all pissy and and butthurt that Hitler had betrayed him. And then he finally started talking to people. after Hitler had captured hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of his troops. But anyway, so kind of a fun thing. Malzor, is Poland like some magical strategic location? No, Malzor, nope. They didn't like the Poles, Malzor, and they're trying. It was also partially defense for the Soviet Union. They wanted a nice line with the Nazis that they could hold on to protect themselves, as sort of a barrier, as sort of like using Poland as sort of a buffer state between themselves and the Nazis. Okay. Yeah. So we could talk about this shit all day, but a lot of really interesting things about this. Really disturbing things too, of course. All right. Okay. Don't even get me started on the Japanese theater of the war. Okay, we can talk about that for days too. All right. By the way, if you want to see a movie that's really good at showing what it was like to fight as an American soldier or a British soldier or a Canadian soldier on the beaches at Normandy, watch Saving Private Ryan. It's very disturbing, but it's very accurate. Okay. Yeah, Japan gets away with a lot too. Okay. But also, by the way, I know I keep thinking of things. I really like this period of history. This is what I studied. I love it. Okay. Oxpecker, you have no idea. Okay. Oxpecker says, "Oh shit, someone said Stalin and Hitler in the same sentence." Marxist-Leninists on the prowl. For the people that have been in the community of the WoW, you know exactly what he's talking about, okay? Now, I'm not going to get into a fight with any tankies out there over this, but that is what the Soviet Union did, okay? Anyway, so, all right. Another thing here, kind of a side note, I guess. What was I going to say? Oh, there's also some really cool stories from World War II that you don't hear much about, but are like spy thrillers, like the head of the German intelligence unit, his name was Wilhelm Canaris, and he was a double agent. He would often give allies information in exchange for, leniency or other things. And he would like secretly go to Constantinople and meet with American intelligence and talk to them about things. Okay. And he would sneak around a lot doing this shit. There's a bunch of weird stories from World War II. But the head of German intelligence was really interesting, okay? Yep, you're right, Jonas. The Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan and murdered a lot of people, okay? Okay. Yeah, Operation Mincemeat. I'm sorry, you're right, Paul Squat. Istanbul, whatever it was called at the time. I don't know. It's always changing. Okay, but it's a lot of interesting things. Okay. So, what else are we going to talk about, guys? What else are we going to talk about? Maybe we'll do a stream sometime on some parts of World War II, especially the Eastern Front, which people don't learn a lot about in America, but was absolutely horrific, but very interesting. All right, you guys. What was I going to say here? What was I going to say? You know what? Before we do this, let me say one last thing. That one about the Nazi who could play the piano was wild. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, very cool stuff. Yeah, oh, that's amazing, Evil Resident. I wasn't allowed to show Saving Private Ryan when the later years I teach because we're not allowed to show. Yeah, oh, for sure, Jonas. There were World War II squads that were Indian. There were Black World War II units as well that don't get talked about much. One thing I want to talk about. Yeah, they did some amazing shit, Jonas. They did. Or we could even talk about like the Ethiopia, etc., which attempted to resist the Italian invasion. There was lots of stories that don't get told. Okay. For those who what was I gonna say here? Oh crap. I was gonna show you guys something really fast. What was I gonna show you all? Oh, I've lost my train of thought. Who knows? Who knows what I was gonna show you all? It was gonna be something super interesting, but now I can't remember it. Shit. What was I gonna show you? Oh well, who knows? Okay. Hack radios by situation private. I'm trying to see if I missed anything. Pacific War movie coming out about Operation Mincemeat. I'm trying to see if anything triggered my memory in chat here that I could then show you. Oh well, who knows? Okay. So the Iran got attacked. Yep. I also remember Iran got attacked in World War II because they traded a lot with Germany. Yeah, they did. They did. Okay. They did indeed. Okay. So, let me find something here to show you all. Give me 1 second, guys. I wanted to find, what was it I wanted to show you? Shit. God, my mind is blanking out now. That's okay. I'll try to remember it. All right. So, guys, let's see what else we can do here, right? I'm going to put, I think I have another video for us to watch here, if you guys are interested. Okay. Oh, let's do a little bit of a palette cleanser, okay? This was sent by Meowzord, and I also have one sent by Outer Signal, okay? Very interesting stuff. Thank you, Meowzord. I think this is the one you sent, Meowzord. Okay, so let's watch this real fast. I think you'll like it. I think you guys will like it a lot. Perfect timing, Meowzord, by the way, mentioning it. So this is called Is It War? And oh my God, is this not accurate, okay? Oh, thank you so much, the Evil Resident. And I'm sorry. So, Evil Resident, I've noticed that, you know, I'm like losing. I don't get many subscribers on YouTube anymore because I've basically completely changed my content where I rarely do reaction videos and I'm basically doing live streaming. So, thank you for still being here, the Evil Resident. Okay. But all right. That's what you get if you mess with the algorithm. I need to maybe do more reaction videos with my dad. But anyway. Okay. So, this is a funny little video. I thought you'd all find it funny. You all know the world we live in. Let's watch it.
Is it war? World War I. War. Correct. World War II. War. Correct. The Vietnam War. War. Oh, I'm sorry, Carl. That was a congressionally authorized counteroffensive. Don't worry, we get right back on track with the Korean War. War. No, that was police action. No, they had tanks and stuff. Well, the police have tanks now, don't they, Carl? Okay, the First and Second Iraq War. War. They identify as military action. It's a bit like pronouns, except we kill people. All right, how about Libya? War. I'm sorry, that was kinetic action, not a war. Venezuela. Well, it was an act of war, I think. No, I'm sorry, that was a law enforcement operation, not a war. Iran. It's a war. We're doing war things. No, not war things. Preemptive retaliatory de-escalation action. No, that's not a thing. All right, judges. Okay, how about the war on terrorism? War. No, it was a coalition-led conditional operation. How about...
Notice that's not a joke, by the way. They called it a kinetic action when we were in Libya. The American government said we're doing a kinetic action in Libya.
Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the war on terror. No, I'm sorry. That was a pre-authorized defense stabilization initiative. Okay, can somebody tell me the rules here? War on poverty, Carl. Well, poverty? That's not even a thing. I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you. It was a trick question. We don't have poverty in the United States. The Dow went up to 50,000. Couldn't even get that high. Amazing. Don't even worry about the Epstein files. War on Christmas. The coffee cup thing? No, that's not a war. It is a war for the soul of the nation and whether or not I can wish my children Merry Christmas. Okay, you know what? I quit. I don't want to do this anymore. Today's magical phrase, Carl, you just became a United States Congressman. Congratulations, Representative Carl. Merry Christmas. It's March. Well, okay, happy Hanukkah.
Over the first 20... There you go, guys. That was so funny. By the way, all those terms are basically terms that have been used. Some of them, there was a bit added to them, but there were reports at the time of Libya where the government said that what we're doing in Libya is we're doing a kinetic action in Libya. It was said about Iran was a retaliatory strike or a preemptive retaliatory strike. Like, okay, of course, bro, we're cut from the same cloth. I love your content. I'm just here doing creative stuff to spread joy. Love it, the Evil Resident. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Right. Okay, so the Evil Resident, do you have a channel? Do you have a channel or some shit? I would love to, if you do, I could advertise it for you or whatever. Just curious. All right, so moving on, if it's good or whatever, I'm sure it is. All right, moving on. So another thing here. Here's another one. Someone sent this to me. I know this was Outer Signal. Here's another funny one. I thought we'd all could get behind. Okay, right, Drozilla? Calling a lawn stream of bombing a kinetic. Oh, I know, Jonas. Trust me. Okay, trust me. Don't we love the propaganda in the United States? Isn't it great, guys? For the Americans out there, you know it. You know it. You love the propaganda, right? Yeah, we're all obsessed with it. We love it. It makes us so happy to be American. Okay, anyway. So, yeah, isn't it? This is from The Onion, and this is an old one, actually. But it is perfect for what we're seeing today, right? So let's watch this. I think you'll all appreciate it. It's called Army Holds Annual Bring Your Daughter to War Day.
U.S. military commanders have announced that the third annual Bring Your Daughter to War Day was a great success. Over 15,000 daughters got to see firsthand what goes into fighting a war. From raiding homes in Basra to enforcing the 8 p.m. curfew in Mosul to interrogating prisoners in Tikrit.
So glad that she came out here to see what I do all the time.
There are lots of explosions and I saw a leg.
Daughters got to ride in the cockpit with dad or mom on bombing runs. And a few even saw the action inside tanks patrolling the Triangle of Death. Conceived as a way to open young women's eyes
Hey, Evil Resident, I have ADHD too. I totally get that. Join our Discord, Evil Resident. I'd love to talk with you at some point, okay? Love to talk to you sometime, but you don't have to, but please join our Discord. It's linked in the YouTube and the Discord screen. YouTube and the Twitch chat.
Opportunities in the armed forces. Bring Your Daughter to War Day also provides a way for girls to see their parents once a year.
It's something she'll never forget for the rest of her life, I'm sure.
She got to go in, we raided a few houses. She came in behind me and got to try out the new Arab words she learned.
Shubadak.
What's that mean?
It means let me see your hands.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Is It?
So there you go, right? Bring Your Daughter to War Day. Isn't that great? I got you, Evil Resident. It's okay. All right. Okay, yeah, we're all neuro-spicy here. We're all neuro-spicy down here. Anyway, okay. All right. Hello, Alyssa. All right. Wait, you've been here, or Alyssa. I don't know why I acted like you just showed up. Okay. I don't know. What the hell are we doing here? Neat website. Oh, yeah, track. Let's look at this, JDH. Oh, so this is this is a great website. You know, this is apparently the cost of the Iranian war, the war against Iran. We've already at what, $9 billion? Is that what this is? I don't know. I'm not a math person. This looks like about $9 billion so far. We've been doing it for 9 days. It's about $41 million per hour, about $1 billion per day. Per second, we're spending about $11,000. Okay, that's good. Surely we don't have a massive debt. Let's look at the American debt ticker, right? American debt clock, I think it's called. Yeah, right, Louise. These are great numbers. That is a big number. Here we go. Look, this is the U.S. debt clock. This is our current national debt, constantly going up. By the way, let's zoom in on that. So the U.S. national debt at this moment is around 38,862,248 million. It's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. We got over $38 trillion in debt. No problem, though, guys. No problem. We can afford this war. It's not like we're the Spanish Empire about to collapse like they did because they went into debt and couldn't afford their empire. Don't you love that for us, Alyssa? I love it. Yeah, you're right, Gwen. How many hours of childcare or school lunches could that pay for? All of them, Gwen. All of them. We don't have to, have children going hungry in schools, guys. Do you know that? We don't have to have people dying without health care or families not being able to afford childcare. We could easily afford all that. Look how much money we're spending on war. Alas. By the way, isn't it funny how a lot of times, like the right wing, when you talk about these things, they'll be like, well, where are you going to get the money? Well, even the Democrats, just where are you going to get the money? Where are you going to get the money? We're in debt. We're in debt. We're in debt. But of course, apparently we always have the money for killing innocent people overseas, but we don't have it for doing things for our own people ever. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I got you, the Vile Resident. Okay, you know what? I will take a look at it, Evil Resident. I will take a look at it. Thank you for that. Because I like seeing what other creators are doing or what other people are doing and stuff. All right, gladly, Evil Resident. All right, I copied that for you. Yeah, you're right. Discussing the national debt is meaningless if you need to spread freedom and democracy. Yeah, are we winning yet, guys? This is a great number, isn't it? It's a great number. I was once at a school where there was admittedly, okay, you guys aren't going to believe me. There was a teacher. He was a really good teacher, but he was very conservative. I will say though, he never brought that into the classroom as far as I saw, but he was a pretty good teacher. Regardless, he was very conservative, and I got into an argument with him because I was talking about the national debt. I am on Vyvanse right now, Oxpecker. I totally got you. Okay, I get it, right, Oxpecker? I totally get it. A lot of us are on drugs like that. I get that. Okay. Anyway, That's terrible. So here's the funny thing, right? Part of this is, what was I going to say? I got into an argument with him where I was like, why do we always have money for war when we're massively in debt? And he said to me, oh, the debt doesn't matter. I mean, how are countries going to enforce that debt when you have 1 million armed Marines protecting it? And I'm like, okay, that's kind of a dark way to frame that. By the way, most of this debt is owed to the American people, by the way. But for the part of this debt that is owned to places like China, he's like, well, it doesn't matter. How are they going to force us to pay it back? We got more guns than they do. That's kind of a dark way of looking at it, don't you think? But anyway, this is most of this debt is actually owed to us, the American people. I want to be clear about that because Congress keeps sending IOUs to us. Okay. So that's good. Oh, I know, Outer Signal, but apparently some people on the right wing, and I've heard other people on the right wing make that argument, like we have the most powerful military, the debt doesn't matter. Doesn't really help you in the long run, though, if the faith goes down. Yeah. Anyway, so that's fun. So there you go. By the way, this equals out, folks, to around over $100,000 per American citizen. Okay. So, yeah. I hope, or if you want to apply it as debt per American citizen, that would be per taxpayer. It'd be about $356,000 per American taxpayer. All right. All right. That's good. That's good. Great. By the way, the other thing too that remember, both the Democrats and the Republicans don't want to raise taxes on the wealthy either. We can afford that, guys. Don't worry. We can afford to let them have their 5th or 6th yacht. We don't need to raise taxes on them. We're doing fine economically. No reason to raise taxes on them. But this guy's okay. My point here is this: like, clearly, it's not a democracy, right? Literally, it's like a kleptocracy to some extent, where like the wealthy and powerful are looting us to do their overseas bullshit. Okay, and to they're looting us, making us all go into debt, and then we refuse to take any of their money, even though they have all that money. Yep, there you go, Jonas. Job creators, right? The job creators. Hilarious. And yet they gleefully donate millions to Trump's ballroom. Yeah, of course. Okay, so isn't this great? Once the society collapses, they'll be fine, by the way, right? They're building bunkers. They can run away. They can do whatever. We'll all be screwed, but all right. There you go, Alyssa. I get it, Alyssa. So anyway, it's almost like, we're being looted by the wealthiest people. Can I also point out something that doesn't get talked about a lot? It's the fact that we subsidize a lot of these companies. Okay, we subsidize a lot of these companies. We literally subsidize the oil industry by giving them money, that's for sure, Jonas, even though they're some of the most profitable companies in the world, which is why I think we should control the oil. We're already paying them our tax dollars. We should just control the oil ourselves. Regardless, I know that won't happen. And we also subsidize places like Walmart because they don't pay their employees enough, so a lot of those employees have to be on food stamps, which are subsidized by the American taxpayer. So we're also just handing our tax dollars to the wealthiest people in the world. Yep, you're right, Sylvie. Privatized gains and socialized losses. Isn't that cute? All right. Ooh, you have us beat, Louise? Let's take a look. Oh my goodness, Louise, that's bad. Yeah, the UK is the same, it looks. I didn't know the UK's was so bad. You too, guys? A lot of the Western countries really struggling with the debt. That's fun. We have this one, the UK here. Percent of debt as GDP. Oh, wow, 110% of your GDP is debt. That's pretty bad. Okay, that's pretty bad. Isn't it great? But of course, don't worry, people in the UK. Remember, Keir Starmer says that you can afford to, allow Americans to stay at your military bases, and you can afford to have a military base in Cyprus or whatever. You can afford all that. That's fine. Zero problem there. No problem there, right? You can afford to cut all those taxes for the wealthy and the powerful, or do the Thatcherite shit, right? No problem. Zero problem there. None. Okay. So, I love our governments. So great. So great. I love it. I love it. It's such a great situation we're in. I didn't even know that it was that bad for the UK, but it looks like it's pretty bad for me. Pretty bad for you guys too. Huh. All right. Well, cute. Anyways. All right. And by the way, well, okay. Yeah, we don't need to go. You guys get the idea here. Yeah, don't worry, Jonas. Yeah, Farage will sort it out, right? Once you guys get rid of all the Muslims, all your problems will be solved, I'm sure, right? I'm sure what Farage would say, or reform, the reform people, that's the issue. You need to get rid of all the Muslims and all the immigrants and shit. Then all this debt will disappear. It'll be like unicorns and rainbows and shit, apparently. Anyway, same thing with the United States. Get rid of all the immigrants, demonize the trans people, let police murder black people, and then all this problem will go away. That's the big issue we have right now. Okay. Yeah, right, Sylvie? What does that mean? Stimulating the local economy. They never did that, right? Insane, right? Okay, so anyway, guys, love that for us. Great. I'm going to put my face up. Boop. All right. Where's my there it is. Okay. Oh, I will. I'll go look at the TikToks. I'm not going to put them on screen today, but I will look at I didn't know you sent me TikToks. I will look at them and then we will watch them on stream tomorrow. Okay. I've never shown something on TikTok before. I don't know how to do it, but anyway. Okay. So guys, how's everyone doing out there? You know what? For the last few minutes here, we can do a Q&A. I don't know if do we make enough? Do we make enough to do a Q&A? Maybe we didn't make a Q&A. I don't know. Do we make enough to do a Q&A? I don't know. Maybe we did. Oops, sorry. That was gross. I don't know. Do we make it? Let me check. I'll check to see if we made enough to do a Q&A. I know we were only like one away from it. Let me go back up here. We have what? We got 4. I know, Gwen. It's so stupid. Farage is a goddamn snaggletooth monster. Let me check. I think we're only. You know what? I think we're at 100 bits away from doing a Q&A. Okay. You know what? Screw it. We'll just do a Q&A. Okay. So guys, what do we? Okay. Oh, okay. Let's talk about this way, guys. So, anyone have any questions or anything before I get off? Anything you want to talk about? Let's just do a quick little chat. Okay. How's everyone doing out there? Anything you want to talk about? Any questions? Louise, thank you. Louise, that is perfect. Thank you. That is just enough. Oh my God. Thank you, Macon. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Macon, for the $2. Thank you, Louise. Really, thank you for helping us reach the goal, even though I kind of cheated. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. So, guys, any questions you have? Anything you want to talk about? You can ask me about history, politics, personal stuff. I may not answer all the personal stuff. But okay. What do we think? It's 80 degrees. That's not bad there. You're stupid. Don't mind you. What do you mean? You're not stupid. What do you mean, Sylvie? All right. Daily reminder that national debt is an arbitrary abstraction in permanent growth fantasy land and constructed the absolutely, Loiso. Got the doors and the windows open. I got you, Alyssa. Fantastic. That sounds lovely. I wish it was that nice here. How is everyone doing out there? Any questions or comments? Anything you want to ask me about? If not, it's okay. We don't have to do this or whatever, but just curious if anyone has. Okay, Alex Picture, you said you fuck with Mass Effect. How about Dragon Age? I love Dragon Age. Now, I haven't played the most recent one. I don't think I have. I played the first few, the first 3 of them, I think. I really like them. I like them a lot. Let's put it that way. Okay, love it. I also like Mass Effect. Trial by 7, who in history you choose to join you? Excellent question, Jonas. Oh my God. By the way, great show. Everyone should watch the new Game of Thrones show, okay? I don't think I've watched the most recent one. I binged the ones that have been on, but then I haven't watched the next one. Anyway, who would I choose in history to join me if I were doing a trial of the 7? Let's see here. Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Genghis Khan. So Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Genghis Khan, Abraham Lincoln. If okay, He was very tall, but if we're talking like literal combat, let's just say, like, if the trial were both like an intellectual and violent trial, okay? So we got Abraham Lincoln, Genghis Khan, Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Rosa Lux, not Rosa, yeah, Rosa Luxemburg. Rosa Luxemburg, who was this badass socialist from Germany. Okay. What do you mean cop out, Meowsword? I'm trying to like if I had like people that would fight for me. Okay, whatever. You were thinking purely violent. Okay, never mind. Then I'll take a step back. Okay, we can redo this. So Genghis Khan, Abraham Lincoln, who was very tall. All right. What's that guy? What's that? You want killers? Okay. Honestly, yeah, Andre the Giant would do it. Okay, fine. Andre the Giant, that's fine. What's that guy from China who's very tall and is like a basketball player? I forget his name. Alexander the Great, probably, because not only is he probably a good fighter, he's also bisexual. So that's right. Yao. So Yao, we got him. We got those other 5. I need 2 more, right? No, not Ted Bundy. Are you crazy, Gwen? No. Okay, I'm kidding. They're not crazy, but no, not Ted Bundy. How about I don't know who else. Okay, the Soviet commander in charge of Stalingrad was pretty cool. I think he was Chuikov was his name, and he had like golden teeth and like survived multiple things. So I'd have him. And then who else? Oh, Charles Martel. Charles Martel was a warrior king of Europe who was so tall that he would wield a 2-handed battle axe in one hand and a sword in the other hand. Now, he was kind of an unpleasant guy, but I would love to have him in battle. There we go. Done. What other questions do we have? All right. What other questions? Who else? What else we got here? When is yours? Okay. Favorite non-U.S. war movie? Ooh, that's a good one, Meows. Or favorite non-U.S. war movie? There is. That's a really hard one. There is a war movie. Well, I would say All Quiet on the Western Front. There is a German version of All Quiet on the Western Front that is very good. So I'd say that one, All Quiet on the Western Front, which is a German war movie about German soldiers in World War I. I think it's a great movie. All right, let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. When is my superior? Oh, retro games. Oh, yes. Any retro games you like to play? Yeah, so I like to play Heroes of Might and Magic 3. If anyone's ever heard of it, it's kind of a retro game. So there's that one. There's another game called Descent that I really like. So I guess if you view those as retro games, those are some retro games I like. That's okay, Gwen. It's a good movie. Oh, you're right. Jonas, 1917 is a great movie too. But Gwen, it's okay. Gone with the Wind is a really good movie. Yeah, there's some issues with it, but it's a really good movie, like production wise and stuff. Okay. Rasputin. Well, here we go. So paleontology dog. Which is harder to learn, Coptic or Latin? I'd say Coptic paleontology dog. It's just a really weird language in terms of like not being used to it. Okay. And I don't speak it like fluently at all. I know like a few words. I know a few like hieroglyphics, I guess you could say, but I'm not but yeah, so from what I know of it, it's not easy. Okay, Coptic isn't. What did I miss here, guys? I feel like I missed some questions. Retro games. When is my superior family member coming back on stream? Ooh, I don't know. Oh, my sister might actually be coming on. You mean my sister? Because she might be coming on this coming weekend, actually. Okay, she might be coming back on. She might be coming on this coming weekend. My sister might actually be joining us this coming weekend. Okay. Are you jealous of Hitler's porn list stash? No. Moving on. Yeah, so Resident Union Thug will probably be joining us this weekend. The Evil Resident, I'm curious, who's your favorite Star Trek character? Probably Data, either Data or Jean-Luc Picard. Okay, Jean-Luc Picard is by far the best. You know it, a bright love. Okay, Jean-Luc Picard is by far the best. Yes, as Resident Evil. Descent, as in the first-person shooter. Okay. Am I missing anyone's? I think I'm missing people's questions here. Are you playing HM on 2? Oh, I do 200%. Not recently, I haven't. I probably just stay at hard, but yeah, I do 200% occasionally too. Am I missing anything here? I'm always ashamed to say my favorite movie. Blah, blah, blah. Urethra Franklin, welcome, Urethra Franklin. Not a question, but you should try to sit through an episode. Oh, Urethra Franklin, I have. I like necessary conversation. I will say, I have trouble dealing with the father. Okay, when the father, are you still here, Urethra Franklin? Aretha Franklin, excuse me. You're saying you're Urethra Franklin, but okay, I'll just call you Franklin. Okay. When the father is on the necessary conversation, I have trouble sitting through it because I don't think his son, and I love the channel. I'm not trying to start drama or anything. I love the channel, but if he makes me uncomfortable because the son doesn't really give much pushback, and he'll be like the father on a necessary conversation will literally be calling for the execution of Somalis or something. Will say that they all have to die or something horrible like that. And then there's almost no pushback that's given, or it's kind of like, why are we even having this guy on here when he's literally just calling for genocide? But I do like the mom. When the mom is on, if it's just the mom, I'm more inclined to watch it. But he makes me so angry. The father makes me so angry. I have trouble watching when he's on. Okay. Yeah, but it's still a good show, Urethra. I still like it a lot. I just wish that, yeah. I have some recommendations, but he has a bigger channel than me. He's doing better than I am, so I shouldn't judge him. Okay. Let her know how okay, I'm sure she will. Let's see here. Did I miss anyone's questions, guys? I don't think I missed any questions. Do I like anime? Diego, yes. Okay. Oh, I see. Why do I have Shrek? I do like anime. I've told you guys before, though. There you go. That's great. I like certain anime. Okay. I have some concerns about some anime. A lot of anime, or at least a lot of anime, has a lot of things that make me uncomfortable in it. I got to tell you. With in regards to girls and women that are presented in them, it makes it so I have trouble watching it. But there are some really good animes out there. Okay, so I've been trying to watch more, and a lot of the ones I've watched I've liked. I think honestly, that what is it called? Shit, what is it called? The one with God, what is it called? It's my favorite one. I can't remember it now. God damn it. Berserk. Berserk is my favorite, probably. Okay, I will do that, the Evil Resident. I'll search that out. And Urasawa's Monster. Okay, gladly. Yeah, okay. But there is a lot of good anime, guys. And you notice I love Vinland. Thank you for reminding me. Vinland is a really good anime. There's some really good animes out there, okay? There's also some that are really popular that I just don't get into. Like, for example, Attack on Titan. It's just so dark. Like every single episode, it's almost comedically dark. Every episode, there's people weeping about death and destruction, and it's like, okay, like not every episode we have to witness all these children crying because their city's being destroyed. And okay, so but there are good animes. All right, there are some really good ones out there. Okay. Okay, sorry guys, I'm trying to see if I missed anything. Someone asked me about Shrek. I like Shrek. I actually like the first Shrek and the second Shrek. I like Shrek, okay? I like Shrek, I do. I haven't watched some of the more recent ones. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Did I miss anything here? Did I miss anything here? Miss anything here? All right. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. Why do okay? I don't have contempt for Shrek. I have contempt for the Shrek in the chat. All right. I got you. No, war films are good. And Franklin, that's a good reason to not like war. Like watching war films is not about the real war films aren't pro war, right? I have not seen Warehouse 13. Okay, true story. Wrestling training, I was nicknamed Shark. That's funny. Okay. AOT is a lot. It is. Attack on Titan is a lot about fascism, but like it's just they do too much. Okay, let's put it that way. In my opinion, other than YouTube, what would be the job career you would love to do? Ooh, well, I'd like to be a professor. That'd be nice. But if it was something other than that, I guess I would want to be a artist of some sort. I guess, or like a writer. I'd like to be like a creative writer, maybe writing fantasy books. That'd be kind of fun. I'd like that shit. Okay, I could go back to sushi school meals. Or, I would actually like to, being a chef would be cool too. I love food. Okay. What's your favorite Windows, Mac, or Linux? So before I answer this, to be clear here, I am not that great with computers. I got to tell you, I'm like that classic teacher who like, I'm a millennial, but I'm a nerd, so I'm constantly reading like physical books, and I'm not that great with computers. I would only say Windows because I'm used to Windows. It might be very well be that Mac or Linux is better, but Windows, I'm used to it, so I would say Windows. Okay. Okay. No, I would just say Windows. Okay. Are there no true knights among you? Okay. Hey, guys, don't hate me. Don't I know I'm causing a great division here. I know the only right answer is Linux because it's open. It's open source, right? Or whatever the hell it is. I don't know the words here. I don't know this shit. Okay, I'll leave it to some nerd. Give it to Loiso. Loiso's a nerd. Loiso knows what all this shit is. Okay, let Loiso deal with it. Give it to Sylvie. Sylvie's a nerd, I think. There's a lot of nerds out there. You guys can deal with this shit. Okay, Linux Schooner. How to be good at flirting. Oh. Well, oh, great. I got you guys. There you go, Gwen. All right. I don't care, Sylvia. I know you put joke. I'm still gonna go after you. Okay, anyway. There you go. Linux Gooner is now in here saying, and Linux is a kernel. See, I don't know Linux. I don't know. See, I'm ignorant. I'm good. You want to know how to be good at flirting? Okay, be yourself. Be yourself. Treat the person you're flirting with as a human being, and feel, you'll know when a person is comfortable. Okay, you will get to a point where it's comfortable. That person will start giving you signs that they're comfortable. And in that case, you can flirt a bit. All right, start with a little comment here or there. You gotta make sure, of course, that you're not scaring the person or ruining something. You see what I mean? So start with like a little statement or comment here or there. See how they take it. They will let you know if they're uncomfortable or not. Okay. Does this make sense, guys? Am I phrasing this well? Okay. But the first thing is to establish some sort of conversation with them. Okay. Start with nonverbals, smile, make eye contact and stuff. And then if it's clear that this person is sort of taking to you, then you can start making comments or whatever. Okay. Or like flirting verbally. All right. I know. There you go. Be cheeky but vague and indirect. There you go. Okay, but like at some point though, you will need to be direct about it. But yeah, okay. And it depends, guys, on the person, right? A lot of the advice you'll see advice online, like how to flirt with a girl or whatever it may be. A lot of that shit is bullshit because I know this might be shocking. Every woman and every man is different. Every woman and every man is different. Ooh, they're human beings, right? So get to know the person and, start to see what they, what they might like and things like that. There you go, outer signal. Build a rapport, be thoughtful, and listen. So first, establish a relationship with them, talk to them, treat them as human beings, and then you'll see where things go. Correct, Rosilla. Don't stare too. Please, yeah, indirect into the feeling the opening is there, and then you got to take the leap. Right. But again, okay. There you go, Jonas. Start with a hello, okay? I know I'm doing really bad phrases, and guys, I'm gay too, right? So I don't know if it's different for straight people. It might be in some cases. It might not be. I don't know. But SoCal, how dare you? I've gone on dates, SoCal. I haven't just used Grindr, okay? But I think it's partially the same. But yeah, just go with the flow. Please don't stereotype. Don't assume that the woman you're flirting with is a certain way because she's a woman. View them as human beings, okay? And really, you should start by looking for someone to be friends with. What I mean by that is don't go into a situation being like, I want to have sex with this woman. That'll make you treat them differently than if you go into the scenario being like, oh, this person's kind of cute. Maybe let's see if we get along. Let's see if I can be friends with them. If we can have a relationship. You see what I mean? Okay, whatever. What do you mean, Meowsord? No, that's wrong. What do you mean? How is that wrong, Meowsord? So if you say, if you go in being like, I want to have sex with this person, like, then you'll immediately become manipulative, right? Does that mean that you don't want to have sex with that person? No. I'm just saying, don't make that, like, your focus should be seeing if there's a rapport. Okay? I'm not saying friend zone, Meowsord. I don't mean friend. Okay, exactly, Meowsord. I don't mean, like, clearly show interest and stuff, but I mean to say build a rapport. Maybe not friend. Build a relationship rapport first. Okay? Anyway, you see what I mean? Keep an open mind. All right. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you. All right. Anyway, thank you, Meowsord. Okay. You're acting like you're not a gay, and sex is implied because Jonas, honestly, kind of. Kind of. In the gay community, I got to tell you, there is an issue here. Exactly. The point is, yeah, you can want to smash, right? You can want to have sex with someone, but I'm telling you, if you give off that energy a lot of the time, like you're going in there just to turn someone into an object, even if they want that too, right? That might not go well. So all right. But guys, in a lot of gay relationships, sex is, I'm not generalizing here, but there is an issue in the gay community with this shit. But anyway, okay, you guys know what I mean. Yeah, there you go. Bright Love says, as a girl, I can confirm the friend zone isn't real. What's real is the fuck zone, and if you want to put me, you want to put me in it, be my friend first, and then you might get access to the fuck zone if you ask nicely. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. Yeah, exactly. Teasing works, but not too mean, right? Okay. You see what I mean? The whole point here, guys, the basic thing here is treat people like human beings. Don't view people as objects, and then you might get in the end you might get lucky. I'm just saying. All right, Oxpecker, understand. By the way, women too. Oxpecker, understand that flustered people who don't directly reciprocate, despite feeling genuinely flattered. Yeah, exactly. Okay. That they're probably in the mood for something specific or living a lifestyle that isn't compatible with their vibe. Yeah, that's possible, Ox. Okay. Okay. But again, guys, don't right. I think you're amazing and your Prince Charming is out there. Correct. All right. All right. So guys, don't but the main thing too here, guys, is don't listen to me necessarily. This is something that changes situation by situation. Different people are different, okay? Be yourself. The first thing is be yourself and treat people like human beings. All right? There you go. All right. All right. Okay. Any other questions here? Yeah, shocking, right, Bright Love? There you go, Outer Signal case. And guys, for the guys out there, maybe we should join our Discord, because I'm a gay guy, right? And that doesn't mean I can't give some advice on straight relationships, right? Because there's a lot of similarities there. And that's actually true, Meowzord. ADHD can be channeled as a flirting superpower. But please join our Discord. I'm sure there's some straight guys out there that could give you some good advice about this. I trust a lot of people in the community to be good about this, all right? I know, Eva Resident, I'm always telling people to not listen to me, okay? At the end of every stream, I'm like, don't believe everything I say. Do your own research. Okay, maybe not that phrase, but, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, all right? Anyway, okay. Okay, there you go. Truth is, it doesn't matter what the approach is. You ain't getting everyone, so just chill. Exactly, Lois. So, yeah, it's okay, guys. Also, don't let the one other thing I'm gonna say, guys. If you get rejected, it's okay. It is not reflective as you as a human being. All right. there's nothing wrong with you if you get rejected. Okay, well, as long as it's not because you've done something horrible. Sometimes people are very rude when they reject people, even if you haven't done anything wrong. Okay, but it's okay to be rejected. Trust me, for the folks in here that have been around for a while, it happens. It no, I heard it. I just didn't want to say it on stream, boy. So it happens. By the way, it happens, and it hurts. It absolutely hurts. But that's a good sign. It's a good sign that you got rejected because that probably means you shouldn't be with that person. Okay, good. There's one option down. You got other ones upcoming. You see what I mean? All right. Okay. Yeah, don't take it personally. Rejection is part of life. And it doesn't mean that you're not deserving, okay, of anything, right? All right. For a millennial, dating is hard. Yeah, guys, it is hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. All right. Guy, trust me. Trust me. Dating is hard in the gay community, guy. There's not as many gay people in the world as there are straight people. And like, yeah, a lot of stuff is hard. Let's put it that way. Okay. All right. Yeah, there you go. I had so many other girls reject me, and not in nice ways either. That's one person. There you go, Chopper. I love that, Chopper. Elon was rejected his whole life until he got wealthy. That's for sure. And kind of, Gwen, I understand that. Well, I will say, Gwen, you know, asexual people, you probably know this, Gwen, asexual people can form emotional connections to people that are almost like a relationship. So like, so that's, she doesn't mean she will be alone, but I totally get you. I totally got you, Gwen. My daughter, let's see here, I had so many other yep, but that's one person out of contention for the prize, which is your love. Exactly, a bright love. All right. But guys, I just want you to know, like when I was teaching, you know, a lot of young men, boys, they get rejected once and it crushes them. It crushes them and they become red pilled. But that's okay. It'll happen. It's a human thing to be rejected. By the way, it also happens in the animal kingdom. You watch videos of like chimpanzees, like a male chimpanzee will approach a female chimpanzee and they'll get rejected. And then they'll just find another female chimpanzee to go. So like every species has rejection and stuff. And unfortunately, one of the things that is bad for men is it's always presented as your value is dependent upon your sexuality, right? Like you need to have a girl, you need to get laid a lot. Otherwise, you don't have value. You do have value. All right. There you go, bright love. So, what you trying to say? Okay. Right, you guys. So great. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Did I miss any questions here? Guys, I've been rejected, obviously. Like who? I mean, who wouldn't reject me, really? Okay. And it can hurt. It can hurt. Are there any LGBTQ folks in here? I know there are. Let me rephrase that. Has any LGBTQ person in here? This is something that can happen that I think a lot of probably straight folks don't have happen as often, I'm guessing, where you get a crush on a best friend or like fall in love with a best friend. Has that ever happened to anyone in here that's LGBTQ out there? I'm just curious. It's a really rough thing when it happens, okay? There's, because, you know, I've been the best friend. I got you, outer signal. I get that. I get that. Okay. Okay, Sylvie, you know, all right. And I want to, for the LGBTQ folks, that can be very painful. There's a reason I got you, outer signal. There's a reason I'm specifically talking about this because that can really hurt. And the problem when this happens, folks, is that you risk losing a friend because, you know, because sometimes that's the easiest way to solve the problem is to break off a relationship. So it can be really hard for gay people to have like male friends, if they like, because you can't really help developing that. Anyway, there's just some interesting things. Yeah, exactly, Ox. It can happen. So just but you know, just realize sometimes we can't control our biologies a lot of the times, right? I know a lot of gay people or lesbians or bisexual people who will really despise themselves for this, but it's like you can't really help it. And think about it. If you form an emotional connection to someone and you're attracted to that gender, it can kind of sometimes naturally follow that you become attracted to them So you see what I mean? Like it happens. And I'm sorry. I know it hurts. It hurts. It really hurts. Okay. But you got this, guys. You got this. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I'm rambling on here. Let me see here. We got some. I have done that, and man, women are hoarding all the best shit. We can still play. Oh, that's amazing. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. I guess it can happen to straight people too. Like where. Yeah. Okay. It hurts for men too. There you go. Relationships are just friendships with added intimacy, or at least they should be, right, Jonas? In a lot of ways. Okay, let me see here what we got. Someone asked me. Someone asked me, what is a hot dog a sandwich or not? No, it is not a sandwich. You know why? I know for a fact it's not a sandwich because in the Midwest, guys, we have something called hot dog sandwiches, which is where you take 2 pieces of bread, you cut a hot dog, and you lay it across a sandwich so that it's a hot dog sandwich. That is specifically different from a hot dog, okay, in a bun, all right? That is a hot dog. That is not a hot dog sandwich. So no, hot dogs are, in fact, not sandwiches, okay? Okay. Hot dog sandwiches are specifically different in the Midwest. Okay, I guess a hot dog could be a taco, but okay, whatever. Screw all of you. All right, you're all wrong. I don't know. All right. A banh mi. I love. By the way, banh mi's are some of the best sandwiches in the world. Meowsword knows this. Okay. Any other questions? I saw someone else ask a question here. Which statement represents a nativist attitude? America should be for Americans. Government should provide economic assistance to the unemployed. An accused alien has a right to a fair trial. The majority must protect the rights of minorities. That would be the first one, I think. That's it depends. That'd be the first one, SoCal, right? Government should provide economic assistance to the unemployed. Yeah. Okay, did I miss anything, guys? Did I miss anything? Okay, good, SoCal, right? Why are you asking me that, SoCal? Do you want kids someday? Honestly, right now, no. It's not that I don't like kids, but guys, I used to be around kids all the time. It was exhausting, and I like kids, but I don't know if I want kids. Right now, it seems economically unfeasible. Okay, economically, guys, I can't. I don't. It doesn't seem like I'll ever be able to afford kids right now. But there's nothing wrong with kids. Maybe at some point I will, but right now I don't see myself with them. But maybe if my economic scenario changes, maybe. I think that's the same for a lot of Americans, by the way. A lot of Americans of my generation want to have kids, or say they don't want to have kids, but it's only because they can't afford them right now. Okay, so maybe at some point I will. Right. And I got to tell you, I also, well, yeah. Yeah, me too, at Bright Love. I also want to spend time helping the people that already exist. The world are my children. I know that sounds stupid, but you see what I mean. Like I would rather put focus on sort of helping society out. I would have to put my lot of energy into one individual versus a lot of people. That's just like one thing, but anyway, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Macon. Okay. Hello, Ninjester. Welcome. Have you done any of those ancestry tests? Would be interesting to see the country breakdowns. Yeah, I have actually, and I could probably bring it on here, guys. Some point I could show you my ancestry test. I'm mainly German. Okay, mainly I guess southwestern Germany, Italian, especially Sicilian. I have some Norse in me, by the way. So Drusilla, I may be related to you. I have some Norse. I can actually trace my ancestry to some old Norse burials, etc. I have a little Neanderthal. I have some Neanderthal in me, folks. I got a little. You could see my Neanderthal brow right here. Okay, I have some Neanderthal in me. I have a slight amount of Ashkenazi Jewish. Not much, but a little amount of Ashkenazi Jewish. A little bit of Scots Irish. Okay, a little bit of Scots Irish, mainly German though. All right. That's amazing, Gwen. Yeah, that's amazing. There was a fire at a building next to the train station in Glasgow. Oof, interesting, Doug. Yeah, I have. Me too. Bright Love. I have a lot of Neanderthal DNA too. So, all right. Okay, guys. Any other questions? As someone with an no dad, Drizella. All right. Oh, anyone got it? Any other questions here? Any last questions, folks? Any last questions? I'll give you 5 more seconds for a question here. 5, 4, 3. Oh, I got you, SoCal. SoCal, you could. I would love to do that. Okay. What's for dinner? Oh, good. You got me there, SoCal. I actually am not sure yet. I might need to order something. I haven't really figured out dinner. I have some food up there I could make. I could make like a sandwich. I have some hamburgers left over because of Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid sent me a bunch of groceries, folks, including hamburgers, and I actually used those hamburgers to feed my father, my mother, myself. So I made food for all of them. So thank you, Mayflower Kid, for giving us all a meal. My great-grandfather came from Athens and lived in Brooklyn, like blocks away from where I ended up living. That's so interesting, Meowsword. It's so interesting. All right. I actually, guys, I found out that one of my ancestors from Italy, from Sicily, was a member of a group called the Fascisti. Now, when I first read this, I'm like, oh my God, no, I had an ancestor who was a fascist. Turned out that there were other fascisti that were not the modern day fascists. They were actually left-wing peasants groups fighting the landlords and stuff in Sicily, and they called themselves fascisti. So it was a different kind of fascisti, but I was like, oh my God, I was so glad that that was not the same kind of fascisti. Anyway, I heard he eventually joined the Black Hammer. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, guys. So you're totally British with Italian and North African. Fascinating. Okay. Roman and British. That makes sense, Gwen. That makes perfect sense. All right, you guys. I think the time has come for me to abandon all of you. All right. The time has come for me to abandon all of you. Now, of course, I'll be back on tomorrow as always. Great chat. Great chat. Great chat. Hope we learned something today. Hope the horrors of the world were made less horrible. All right. So you all know what I'm about to say. By the way, please join our Discord, folks. We have a fast-growing community on there. So much more you can do. We have a book club now. I believe our first meeting, if Elevator Lady is here, will be on Wednesday, I believe, if you want to do the read the book. And please join our Discord. It's linked in the top of the chat, both on Twitch and YouTube. You can also recommend things for me to react to. Okay? All right. You all know what I'm about to say, though, don't you? You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly obey authority figures. Not blindly obey authority figures. Okay? That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves in that way. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Okay, we need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Also, don't let the imperialists walk all over you. For those of you from from non-American countries who have governments that are cucking out to America, make them stop being so obedient to the imperialists. Put pressure on your governments. That would not only help Americans, it would help you, it would help the world. So, empire needs to be resist globally. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker has been passed into my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Think about some of the women we talked about today. They made major sacrifices, often putting their lives on the line to gain some rights for women. Not only rights for women, rights for workers. The lioness from Nigeria we talked about, to go against colonialism. All right. Please do not let the sacrifices of our ancestors go to waste, and always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. I will come back on tomorrow, as always, for more gesturing. More gesturing. All right. Love you all very much. Good night, goodbye, and good luck.